Welcome to World Art Day. Dr. Celeste Payne, this day was made for you. You know why?
Why?
Well, I think you know, but because the Smile Channel picks the person who brings the most smiles to the world on a given holiday.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
So we have some amazing people that are going to be speaking today. And I say that from a standpoint that I have really been on the phone finding people that want to show up. And it has been, I don't like saying challenging, but it's been challenging. I mean, most times when you shine the light on people, they want to be like in the spotlight. But artist, and by the way, I'm an artist, but when you're an artist and you're a business person, maybe the business person's taking over. But I probably had nine to up to 99 out of 100, and well, 9 out of 10 or 99 out of 100 just say, I'll do it or I'm interested, but they didn't really sign up. It's a weird way to start the welcome, but I want to say this to you. We have sword swallowers. We have some of the most epic people that I know in my life that were in that 1 percentile that said, are you kidding me? I get to say what I do for art, what I love about art. We have photographers. We have two photographers that are going to speak today, and their work is amazing. One brought Hollywood to Atlanta. Her name is
Wow.
Beverly Copen. She knew Jimmy Carter, and she's 80. She was on the front cover of Female Entrepreneur magazine. I say this all to say, we have got a day. This is a day to celebrate.
Mhm.
And do you know what I love about you?
What?
You took this on with less than 2 weeks, and most people would say that's crazy. So you are, but you are also someone that believes in art, obviously.
Yes,
But this,
obviously.
the second thing, and I'm gonna shut my mouth pretty soon. But the second thing is, you said this is our launch pad for next year. Ba boom. So,
Mhm.
Celeste, the floor is yours. Talk about the welcome, why art is so important to you, why this day is so important to you.
So, as a lifetime creator, I started creating when I was young. It was very obvious, I think about three, four, that I was going to be an artist.
Hmm.
I remember at maybe about that age, asking for a palette and an easel and paint, and they wouldn't buy it for me. And I literally cried.
Hmm.
And, as a grown up now, I figure they probably like, oh, she would have painted the walls, but I wouldn't have. But since that time, I
You
have
would
been
never, you would have.
I wouldn't have.
Okay.
I would
I
have
thought I heard
painted the
that correct.
canvas.
The
Yeah,
canvas,
I
right?
would have painted the canvas. However, art has been such a part of my life and such a way for me to speak when I didn't have words to say, when I couldn't say what I wanted to say, or didn't know how to say what I wanted to say. I was able to do that through art. And so I'm an educator, so I work with students, and I've worked with students of all ages from pre-K all the way through college. And I see how important art is for the soul of people, for their emotions, for their mental health, just for a time to relax, a time to think, a time to take risks, a time to take chances that they normally wouldn't take, a time for them to learn how to critique in a kind way, and to learn how to take criticism and critique and not take it as something personal. Those are things that I feel are so important and are skills that you need for life.
Hmm.
And so art is so important to me because it's a life skill. If you work it correctly, it's a life skill. And as an arts educator, I get to do therapy with 100 kids every day. I get to stretch them. I get to get them to try new things. I get to pull out ideas that in math classes, their answer has to be one particular answer. But in my class, I get to say, well, it doesn't have to be like that. What do you think it should be like? And so to me, that brings innovation, creativity, and higher level thinking than it has to be one way. And I think for the world in general, we need to know that there's more than one way to do something and then be able to explore that and then be able to work with others to get those things done.
So, in listening to you, you've caused me to have one of my biggest epiphanies. Yeah. Wow. That was beautiful. music, DJing. Most of my life, like 30, 40 years, I DJed, spun. And I said, what better gift is there to spin music and have people come to the floor and celebrate something they all feel, the beat. And that's the universal language, music. Then I had this crazy card. I don't even have it handy right now. I do. I have one handy. Gosh, I guess I have two. Ba-boom. Keep smiling. The universal expression. No one gets confused about a smile. And then I got this crazy award from the United Nations in Qatar, Doha, and it was the ambassador of peace. And I said, wow. And I cried as I got it. I cried before I got on stage. I said, the universal power, love.
Mm-hmm.
But this, what you said today, and this, what this means to me, why I had to do this for you and for humanity, is that art is the universal expression for civility and inspiration and everything. It's so many different complex pieces. I go to museums and I wonder what they see, and it's everyone's seeing something different. But what they're really seeing is an artist in pain or in love or feeling, or even not the opposite of what they're feeling, but what they caused to be evoked. And I was an artist, much like you, but 2 years later. And I studied Da Vinci. Age 6, I had ADHD undiagnosed. And I studied Da Vinci and Michelangelo. And I got their books. And I actually drew and drew and drew. And by second grade, I was put in a corner and said, hey, just take this pad and draw. And I drew and drew and drew. But I became so comfortable with how my hand created the art I wanted. And so illustration made sense to me. And I went into medical illustration. All this is to say, sculpture, photography, painting, finger painting, metal etching, everything I've explored is a way of creating the fact that you are alive. And I started off, and then you start off, and then here I am. And we're having this dance. It's a little more in depth than I normally have. It's usually back and forth, but we're in a world right now where this holiday is probably at a pinnacle. Like the only other day I can think of that would be more pinnacle is around 1940, when we are losing sight of what humanity is. We're creators. We're people that love each other. We're supposed to enjoy this ride. And when we're not enjoying the ride, we need to be reminded what the creator wanted us here for, which is to create.
Yes.
So I thank you, because without you saying yes, quite frankly, Celeste, there is no World Art Day on the Smile Channel. And you said the most important word you can ever say to someone that says, I have a gift. Yes, I accept, or yes, I'm excited. So emotionally, sentimentally, in Dr. Smiley-ish way, thank you from the bottom of my heart for making this day come to life, because for 60 some years, I knew it was every day for me, but I never knew how to say it to the world. Today is World Art Day, and you helped catalyze it with me, and I can never thank you enough.
Well, thank you so much. One thing that I would like to say is that opportunities come along, and you have a choice to either embrace them or let them go. And so even with a 3-week time frame, when we talked and you said, oh, it's in 3 weeks, there was nothing in me that said no.
Right.
And what I enjoy about even the Smile Channel is that there's always opportunity. But today I heard a person talking about opportunity. I actually was at church, and the word was opportunities come.
Mm.
Embrace them quickly and don't let them pass you by, because like you say, God created us to create, but He also creates opportunities for us to do things. And so I want to thank you for being available and open to making a platform where people can do what you said, 1,000 shows you got up there,
We're
a
getting past
platform to
1,400. We're
highlight.
going to 10,000 with you.
Yeah. But just giving artists an opportunity, because I can say that there are not many opportunities for artists to really talk about their work. Many of them put their work up on a wall and people look at it and interpret it. And they might write a little statement underneath it, but to have an opportunity to actually not only show your work, but to be able to express what it meant to you to create it and what you wanted people to get when they view the artwork or your photograph or the sculpture, that's an opportunity that I think it warrants thanks from you for opening up your platform to do.
I appreciate that. Um, there's nothing I don't receive in that is appreciated. I do want to add an and to it, an and.
Okay.
The biggest part of who we are at the Smile Channel is an amplifier. We're an amplifier of goodness. In fact, on the back of our card, it says we amplify goodness. And the reason I show that real quickly is that's called distribution. It's called effort and resources and just a tremendous amount of tipping point. Malcolm Gladwell expresses it best in his book, Tipping Point and Outliers. So if you throw your book on Amazon, you don't get any sales, no big surprise. You just threw it up on a wall, just like you did in a gallery. And if no one comes to the gallery, no one sees the art. So this is my either gift or this is my passion and this is my mission in the world, is to ignite and inspire people that you can make a difference with what you do as an expert. And it's not just artists that are starving. There are souls that are starving. There are business people that are starving. There are restaurateurs that haven't seen their family because they're starving. And the reason they're starving, ironically, they're feeding food to an empty room is because they don't know how to market. They don't know the distribution factor. And I don't say that I have all the answers. I don't want to imply that. But what I have is never failed. That's a big step because 80% of businesses fail. Upwards of 99% of artists can't do what they want to do with their life, which is to express themselves with art. And I don't mean that as a down. I meant that as an opening of, it's an awakening of this is what this channel is for today. This is what this holiday is for. And we want people to be able to take their art and put it into a book and have that book marketed. And whether they do that or not, and they just are on the channel, is that this is a way to shine the light. Just shine the light that we are creators and that everything we do in the world could be something that changes someone's life, saves someone's life, or just awakens someone to say, it's a good day. It's a good day. I love art. Do you know I cannot go into a city without looking up where the museums are? I cannot go into a city. And I've been to 104 countries. So please understand, when I say I go into a country, I want to know where the museums are. I want to know what's being created there. What's your favorite museum?
What's my favorite?
Yeah.
My favorite museum is the Museum of Natural History. And
Smithsonian.
I love that because I can, I believe the one I like the most is in DC, I
DC, yeah,
believe.
that's
Yeah,
Smithsonian.
yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
Smithsonian.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so I love seeing history and I love watching like not only seeing the paintings and sculptures, but I love seeing the clothing and how fashion has changed uh over time. And I just love all kinds of art.
Tell me about what you wore today, because you inspired me to wear this. Do you want me to go first or do you want me to listen first? Your
I think
choice.
I should go first
You
because
go
yours
first.
is like really artsy. So I went to a I was driving home one day. This is when I lived in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I saw that there was a yard sale. So I went into the yard sale and it was a lady she wore my exact size. And she had all these beautiful, colorful jackets. And she was a professor, I believe, at a college. But her neighbor was an artist and is still an artist. And so I got all the colorful jackets that she had. She had beautiful patterns. And of course, this has yellow flowers. I love yellow and black. I just think they look so beautiful
There's a
together.
song, Black and Yellow, Black and Yellow.
Yeah, I know. I did.
They
Yeah,
should
look,
reverse it for
look,
you.
I taught middle school. So when that song was out, black and yellow, oh, Yes. But I love it because it looks like painted flowers on a jacket and it's free and fun like me.
Hmm. And we both have a white basis, the canvas.
Yes.
We both have the canvas. So this shirt here is actually like a canvas. There are no buttons.
Oh, wow.
The buttons are inside. You have to
Hmm.
click them there. And this is a shirt that means a lot to me on so many levels. One, it means a lot to me because I would choose it to express how I feel about World Art Day. I mean, I got 2 art grants to go to college. I mean, how lucky am I? But
Mm.
also, that's how committed I was. And the person who gave this to me, I said, "You're not wearing your shirts that you are so cool. What are you going to do with them?" And he goes, "I don't know." I said, "Well, send me." And he sent me 6 of his shirts. This is one of them. I love this shirt, but I wear it only when it's like a color day.
Mm.
Art is a color day. There's
Wow.
a company called Bank Code, Bank Code, Bank, BANK, Blueprint, Action, Nurture, Knowledge. It's how you
Mm.
define how you listen to an opportunity, which we talked
Wow.
about 10 minutes ago.
Hmm.
And so B is blue, A is red, N is yellow, and K is green, knowledge. And
Mm.
so when you talk to someone, you actually find out. And by the way, they volunteer. You say, "Hey, Celeste, when you're making a decision, do you need to hear how it works, or do you need to know how it makes a difference in the world?" And you tell me because you want to know how it works for you. And
Hmm.
so that's Bank. I wore this last time at Bank, and here I am wearing it today. And I just think
Hmm.
about how colors evoke so much feeling. I'm making a book, Celeste, that you're going to be part of. It's 100 people. 100 people. I have 25,000 people in this phone here, and 100 people are being put in a book that comes out on my birthday in August, and it's called 100 Leaders That Are Moving the World in the Right Direction. And you are one of them.
Hmm.
You are one of the ones I'm picking. We haven't done our show yet. We have not done our full show. But my point in sharing this is that the color light blue with sun, the blue skies with the sun is going to be the template of that book. Because when you shine, you awaken, and it's yellow, and there's lots of yellows. And then
Hmm.
the blue is peace. And it's interesting when an artist like yourself, you pick the white and the yellow and the black, and then you also in the back you have this sepia, and you have this pinks, and you have this warm colors just that are happening. And when someone understands and appreciates art, they get more abundant. They get more abundant for like lots of reasons, but one of them is they feel it. 2, they
Hmm.
attract it. And 3, they realize it. They actually realize how important it is. And so they call to it and educate people about it. So you're an educator. And from one
Yes.
educator to another, I want to say
Hmm.
thank you for teaching our children the importance of art and how to use their mind and their heart to inspire. We're in a world right now where some would question, are we destroying it or are we creating it? And my culminating thoughts for this, and thank you for allowing me to speak as much in this welcome, is that I choose you to awaken the world on World Art Day, that we're creating a world. We're not destroying it. We are celebrating creators. We're not dissing them, and we're not saying that it's not important. And most importantly, we're listening to the message behind the art, which is love.
Yes, definitely. And the one thing that when I teach art, of course, we end up going back to cave paintings. And when you talk about peace and building people up, art is the foundation of communication. And that's how people started to communicate by drawing. And
Mm-hmm.
many languages now are still based on art. I know, like the Hebrew language, the letters are, they're not only letters that form words, but they're pictures that give a message.
Right.
And so when you talk about picking this day to build people up and not tear them down, I just think about how art is the foundation of communication. And even as we celebrate World Art Day today, I'm excited about hearing how these artists communicate their story, their life, their love with humanity. And hopefully that makes somebody's day, that puts a smile on somebody's face, that fills somebody's heart, that lets someone know, I know how you feel, or I feel that same way. So I'm excited and I'm really ready to see what and hear what these artists have to say.
Well, God bless you. The sun is coming on this world our day to say we have said what we need to say. We are shining, we are gleaming. And I can't say anything more than to say, let's celebrate the artist today. What a beautiful and wonderful co-host to have for today, Dr. Celeste Payne. And we are moving and grooving. We got some amazing people sharing their art, and today is Visual Art Day. So you're going to have some nice surprises of people that are going to choose to share photography, share videography, and even sword swallowing. So, Don, come on up. You are the next artist and leader that we want to show off to the world and celebrate. So, Don McKeithen, I met you recently at a very plush dinner, and God put us at the same table, and you being your cool self, I just had to give you a compliment how cool you were, and then I took a photo of you, and everyone says that's one of the best photos I've ever taken in my life. So I guess it's your smile, it's your spirit. But you're a really good guy. I'm very happy to have met you. What a gift you are for 2026, and you're my kind of leader because I said, hey, would you like to participate in something you didn't really need to hear a whole lot? You said, yeah, I'd like to be there. So the floor is yours, sir. You're going to get a 7, 8, 9 minutes somewhere in that range to tell who you are, show off some of your work, and when we feel that you're finished with your presentation, I'll come back up and thank you. All right. I don't hear your mic, Don. I think is it off? I still don't hear it. All right. Well, while he's getting his mic, if the mic doesn't work, we're going to go ahead and put another speaker up here. And I'm going to give him just another 5-10 seconds. Faison, you're, of course, going to edit this part out. And this is our celebration of World Art Day. And we have the catalyst, the beginnings of what we intend to do from now on, which is to celebrate leaders who are creating. And in this world we're in right now, I feel like it's being embraced at the highest level this time. So I think we can go ahead and send another speaker, another artist up if you'd like. And is it working, Don?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. All right. So I'm going to restart because that way I'm going to go ahead and restart introducing you. Okay.
Okay.
Because they're chopping all that off. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Don McKeithen. I met him recently at a very high-end networking event, and God put us at the same table, and we had a great conversation, and great conversations lead into action. So I want to support this man because he's doing very creative things. He's got a wonderful partner who's going to be speaking later. He's got 3 Emmys, I believe. Is that correct, Don?
3.
Yeah.
He should have had 5.
He's going to have.
He should have 5. He actually was a part of 5. It's
Okay.
just I'll let him tell his story if he wanted to share that, but he probably won't.
He probably would, because I'm going to interview him, so I'm going to make him do it.
Okay.
So the floor is yours. We want to hear for a minute or two who you are, your journey of why you became an artist, why art's so important, and then of course we want to see some of the beautiful creations you've made, and then when you feel complete, I'll come up and thank you. So enjoy yourself.
Okay. All right. All right. Like Dr. Smiley said, my name is Don McKeithen. I left my background the way that it is because it's a part of who I am. My entire life, I've been an artist of some capacity. It started out with drawing, painting a little bit, and then it moved into music. My whole entire family um, are in music, has been, and so my younger years, I started out with music. It started off, so I had asthma growing up, and the doctor told me that I would never be able to play a wind instrument. And I challenged them, and I went and got the biggest wind instrument that there is, which was a tuba. And then over time, that trickled down to trombone and then trumpet. I went to college for jazz trumpet. Then after college, I started writing music and producing music. So yeah, this was my studio for a very long time. Um, the thing about music, though, especially when you are somewhat good at it and artists want to work with you, it's not necessarily good for a man that has a family that does not live in one of those cities, Atlanta, New York, or LA. So even though, um, and at the time I also was a truck driver, so even though um, I would be home, I would not be home with my family. So to show my love for my wife, I gave up the one thing that I loved outside, the first thing that I love outside of my mom, um, for her. And I realized that music was a part of me. It wasn't just something that I did. Um, so I had to find something else. And and just going through things with music, a lot of times when I was like mixing down a track and things like that, people used to always praise my mixes. But what they did not know is whenever I heard a song, I would go find a painting that looked like the sound of that song. It might sound weird to some, doesn't sound weird to me, but that's what it was. And that reminded me that, art is not just audio. I'm also in tune with the visuals as well. So I've decided, and at the time, my wife did Mary Kay and she did makeup very well. So my introduction into photography was just something that I did to maintain my peace and keep my family together at the same time. And that's how, so I went and bought a camera and I just started getting to work. Now, some of the photos that I wanted to share actually is on an old computer, and I didn't have enough time to get it all off. But I have some that I can show you guys. Um, but before I start showing, I also want to say so now. Dr. Smiley mentioned my business partner, which is Mr. Sean Galloway. You'll see him later. Um, he's been a friend of mine for a long time, and he did video and he liked my work, and I started going on shoots with him, and that went from just straight photography to photography and videography. Um, and it's a lot that he taught me. So yeah, I'm just going to share some things, and my reason for sharing this is because just like Dr. Smiley, after talking to him for a while, I realized we have a lot in common. When it came to photography, um, my main mission was to just put smiles on people's faces. Um, and that's it. So the first um, group of work that I'm gonna show is some headshots that I actually did at a professional event. But um, it's important to me because although I did this event for free, about 80% of the people asked if they can pay me. And part of it, I believe, is because I was able to get them to smile. So I'm going to share. I'll just do the whole. Yeah, I'm going to do the whole Google Chrome. Yes. All right. So this was an event um, where I just offered my services, and I'm just going to scroll through. This lady here, a lot of people may not know, but in Baltimore, her husband was pivotal to a lot of, when I was a young child, a lot of our lives, because he was a candid clown that used to go around to schools and read to kids. And once he passed, she took it on. She still does it. Um, But my goal is not to just get headshots. My goal is to get this smile right here. I don't know if you guys can see it. To get this smile right here. To get this smile right here. So meeting Dr. Smiley made me realize what I actually do in my whole process of creating visuals. Because to me, photography and videography is just the outlet. Um, yes, to be creative, but looking for photos to share with you guys. Um, I ran across a few photos that brought back some memories. I have a few photos that I probably couldn't share with you guys because I have a few friends who aren't here anymore. Photos are extremely powerful. I have a few friends that may still be here, but we, aren't necessarily as close. So I actually called two people that I haven't spoke to in years. So photos does a lot, just like music, photos, videography. Um, Also, I use photos to whenever my wife and I we go on dates. We make sure we go on dates every 3 months, once every 3 months, just to catch up on who we are, what we're doing, what our goals are, and we look at our wedding photos, and it just reminds us that we are in love still, right? I mean, I can look at her and see that we are in love, but just it reminds you of that day, right? So I think this moment was just this lady would not smile at all, the last lady. And I helped her, I coached her to getting this smile. The same with this lady right here. She was extremely professional and a CEO in her own right, and she didn't like to smile. Um, but I was able to get it out of her. Okay. I think that's what it's all about because the ones that they bought wasn't the professional ones. I still gave it to them, but the ones that the people actually bought are the silly ones, like this one. This lady bought this photo and this one because of the smile. People can relate to this, as well as sometimes you might look at a photo that you're smiling in and realize you don't smile as often as you should, right? So this piece of work were headshots. The next one is just a collaboration. I just threw a bunch of photos in here. When I started out with photography, my goal, my aim, my target audience, I talked this over with my wife and she agreed, were moms, women who are moms, maybe professionals, um, who go to work every day, um, come home, be a mom, be a wife, and they forget how beautiful that they are. So that was my target audience. I had more photos. Again, they were on my other Mac computer. This is a brand new computer, so excuse me for that. But again, so moms and what comes with moms are, of course, the babies, right? So I'm gonna show this one. This young lady right here. I've never seen her in a dress until this day. If you leave it up to her, she will have sweatpants on and a comfortable t-shirt. But we were able to get this out of her. She didn't wear makeup or anything. And she had just went through a gruesome divorce. And once again, I offered her a photo shoot, and it was a mommy and me day. So this is Christina. That's her and her daughter. That's her feeling like her best self, right? Her and her daughter again. Um, I couldn't find the pictures of her mom, just the baby. But again, I would like to use my lens to bring joy to people. This is my beautiful wife right here in the middle. I had to put this up. We have this printed, super large, and it's upstairs on the wall. And she was actually pregnant with my daughter. But I would like to continue to bring smiles to people's faces because you can't just pick up a camera and just say, smile. And the smile that you get may not be the smile that you want. So I'm gonna finish this off because I said I don't just do photography. I also do videography. But I'm only going to share this one because although you're not going to see it in the video, the reaction that I got from the client was something that I would never forget. Um, so she was giving her daughter a Sweet 16 party. And during that Sweet 16 party, she was giving her a car, a brand new car. And we collaborated with ideas and stuff like that. And I came up with this idea to integrate AI along with the video that I shot. Now, the unique part about this is all the AI videos that you see are all actual video that we shot. So like the schools and everything that's in these shots are actual shots the drone footage, everything where we shot it, and then I just created a montage out of it, a small clip. So I'm going to play that. Hold on one second. Here we are. It's just it right here. This one. I don't know if you guys can hear this. Second.
Are you a teenager with a driver's permit?
Well, Don, this is beautiful work. And my recommendation is we actually put this as a little intro, and you actually you're able to introduce just this one piece because the sound's not working on this. Is that good?
That sounds good to me.
Okay, well, I was cheering in the backdrop. You can stop sharing screen. I just want to commend you on your message and your presentation. I was saying to the people in the back, I said, I promise I didn't give them the script on how important a smile is. You nailed it when you said that they bought the ones where they saw their spirit. They saw them a lot. And you can always get a photo. It's so funny when someone is laughing. I said, "Oh," and then they stop. And I said, "No, that was the beauty of you. That was the beauty."
Yeah,
Well,
that's my job, and I appreciate you having me here because I'm a in the background type of guy.
mhm.
I normally don't, and I don't know if this is my upbringing. Even when I play music but anything, I'm okay with making sure the sound is right, making sure the lighting is right. I'm okay with getting the photo, but to be on display, this is new for me. But I'm not going to run from it because this is still my art, right? And
And
to
you
be
should
able to
not.
show other people smiles is great.
Well, you are the first person to see this, literally, and this is not even supposed to be scheduled in, but World Art Day is going to get an extra splash that no other show has ever had, and you are the first person to see it. And here we go.
Okay.
My goodness, I can't believe it. Wow. So there's a brand new site. It's called the Smile Channel, and what's so cool about this is you can actually go through all these different. So there's going to be all these artists that you get to see. So you're going to be one of the artists that you can just flip to, And then you can go to the guest here. And Don, check this out. These are all guests. And if you go to the, look at this guy, for instance, it's unbelievable. This guy has 32,000 views.
Nice.
Isn't that cool? And then if
It
you go
is.
back to, if you go back to guest, and you can, I'll show you somebody who's taking full advantage of this. Her profile has 16 episodes, so you can watch anything she's done. You can go and buy any of her books. You can give reviews. You can even request a booking with her. Is that crazy?
Yeah, it's
And then,
nice.
and Don, this is where I think it's going to make you really, really smile. The top person has 32,000. The 50th person, 55th person has 7 views. So to get on this board, you climb on the board as your views go higher. So the message basically means the more you're impacting the world, the more the site rewards you for doing it. Because
Yes.
it's a positive message, just like you would say to somebody, hey, smile, or just, and by the way, I knew the 2 ladies you were talking about. And I told the people in the backstage, I said, I know them. And you were right. They don't give their smiles freely. And so you got
Uh-huh.
to smile. So that's beautiful. Well, thank you very much for being part of World Art Day. I think this is a beautiful gift that we give each other as friends.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me here.
All right. And next we have Mervat. And Mervat, come on up. We are excited to hear your message. And actually, I'm going to make sure that I ask each time where people heard about or were nominated from. So, Mervat Metanos, who is the one who nominated you and shared this beautiful opportunity?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank
I
you
hope
so
you have
much.
I hope you have a great time sharing your passion for art.
Thank you so much. I'm Mirvat Mtanos from Lebanon, and it's a true honor to speak today on World Art Day, a day that reminds us that art it's not only about luxury, it is a necessity for the human soul. Art, it's not just something we see. Art is something we feel. It is the silent language we all understand, even without saying any word. It connects people across cultures, countries, and backgrounds. It is what makes us feel alive, understood, and connected. As an architect and a graphic designer, I believe that art it's not only something we look at, it is something we live in. Every space we enter, every color we see, every detail around us have the power to change how we feel, how we think, and how we experience life. Art, it's not only beauty. Art is emotion. Art is identity. Art is healing. In today's fast world, we often forget to feel. We rush, we scroll, we move quickly. But art brings us back. It slows us down. It opens our heart and it reminds us of what truly matters. For me, art is about meaning. It's about creating spaces and visuals that speak to the human soul, that tell stories and leave a deep feeling inside people. On this special day, I want to say it clearly. Art, it's not only for artists. Art is for everyone. Every person has the power to create, to inspire, and to leave a mark. So today, don't only look at art, live it, feel it, become it. Because at the end, art is what connects us all and what will always remain. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mervat. Do you speak Arabic?
Yes,
You do?
yes,
Well, you know what this says, right?
yes, keep smiling. ابتسموا دائما. Oh my God, thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Shukran. All right, we have Cynthia next, a friend I've known for quite some time. And if there was ever a reason to say, why am I doing this? I now know the reason why, because you get to rekindle friendships and change the world with people you care about and love. So Cynthia De Lorenzi, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's wonderful to see you and be here with you. You're one of my
Yeah.
favorite people.
Well, I'm excited that we're not only connected, but we got big plans. We're gonna do some big things. We got books to publish. We got to wake up the world a little more. I got a
Exactly.
question. You speak another language?
Well, I studied a lot of languages.
Mhm.
I studied Spanish, Latin, French.
Okay.
So I don't speak anything well.
Well, I was wondering because your last name, I think, it's
Di
Italian.
Lorenzi, it's Italiano,
Yeah.
but I
Well,
don't
I
speak
did.
Italian.
Okay. Well, good, because I don't have my Italian handy, but I do have my French handy.
Ah, okay.
Garde la salia.
Ah,
So the reason I'm showing this whenever I can is because this has the first word of our day is world. So
mhm.
we're and I have never really thought of this, but art is one of those things like music and a smile. It brings the world together. You don't have to know the language of the person who made the art. You can actually just appreciate it. So thank you for reminding me to show another card and say I love the world, showing how creative we can be together.
I
The
love
floor is
that.
yours. So Cynthia, have fun, share who you are, share the piece of art or two that you'd like, and why art is so important to you. Thank you.
Well, I think my life is art. No matter whatever I've done in my life, it's been art. And by that I mean it played a part in how I see the world, communicate with the world, um, convey information and share knowledge. I know that you know me as a tech entrepreneur. I ran a tech
Yep.
company in DC, and then I started an organization called Success in the City. And I used to think of it as painting with women. It was an
Yeah.
organization built around bringing high-level women together in these unique ways where it wasn't focused on that formal environment of networking, but really on collaborative, fun, emotive behaviors in the unique way that women behave. So I always consider myself a painting with people. And I had studied art in college. I actually graduated with a BS, a Bachelor of Science degree in sociology, but then I always had a minor in art. But I needed one more class to have a BA and a BS, and my mother said, "You're done, no more classes, you're done with college." So I just got my Bachelor of Science. But so I went on to tech and doing all these other things. I did during my early years teach art. I lived in Japan for 5 years. I used to teach sunier and art classes, so I enjoyed that while I was raising my children. And I lived in Washington, D.C. And one day I turned to my husband, I don't cook. And that's the big story in my life. I don't cook. I have a kitchen, but the only reason I do it came with the house. I didn't order one. But I walked to my husband one day and I said, I'm starving. He goes, well, what do you want? I said, I'm starving for color. He goes, I don't know what that is. I said, I have to start painting again. And I was in Washington, D.C. in an underground garage parking to go to an event. And there was this huge crack in the wall. And water had been coming down for years and had changed all the colors in this crack to turquoise and rust and orange and all it. And it just woke something up in me. And that's when I
Mm.
started painting again. And one of the first paintings I did was a painting of this crack in a wall with these beautiful colors. So I subsequently moved to Las Cruces, New Mexico. And when you live on the border of Mexico and in New Mexico, it's a vibrant, beautiful place to be. It's about art. And even when I was doing events, it was like we had a breast cancer event and it was called Cups Full of Hope, where you decorated bras to bring awareness to breast cancer. And then we launched an event here called Bras and Boots of the Borderland, again, decorating boots and bras to bring awareness to breast cancer. So living in the desert, and I deliberately chose to do this video in my living room because you can see things like what's behind me is my fireplace. But here
Mhm.
in New Mexico, they're called the kiva. And it's
Mm.
this huge, and I can kind of tip up my camera. You can see it goes way, 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 way up to the ceiling.
Right.
And so it's a huge fireplace. And it's very earthy. And that was one of the things that attracted to me, this house, this huge presence of a fireplace here. And so I've been doing a lot of work, and I do a lot of work in the abstract. So this is just some of my work here, just kind of, I don't know why, but colors and shapes really appeal to me. And I'm also really big into recycling. So I've been making things like this very
So people
heavy
can see,
bowl.
so people can see this a little better. I'm going to go ahead and exit just so they can see your work a little better.
Okay. So this is actually paper mache, which looks like a concrete bowl. And I've been doing things like that because we use so much paper in our lives. I thought it'd be really fun to find a way to make pieces like that. I save things like tops of coffee pods, and then I use those to make designs and stuff on artwork. So I like to use things that have kind of crossed my path. And so, and you can see a little bit back here, I take found objects and I paint them to look old or totally different than what they were. So that's kind of what it has been for me. I've got my work here in the local hospital. I curate art there. A friend of mine who had stepped in as the CNO, when she stepped into the role, the CEO said, you know, I really want to build community. And I said, you build community in Las Cruces through art. And if you think about whenever you go into an office building, a hospital, any place you go into, a business, if you see art on the walls, it really communicates something to you. And I really love that. What's unique about the art that we curate here is that it's by a variety of artists throughout New Mexico. You have to be doing art in New Mexico, but everybody's work is different. And what I love about it is that if I stand back and just watch people walking down the halls of a hospital, they stop at different things, not pieces that I maybe would have acquired or chosen for myself personally, but something speaks to somebody personally. And a lot of times you'll find people try to acquire the art because they were in for medical treatment or a family member was, and every time they passed them, it spoke to them in this experience. So art is everywhere. Art is everything. It tells a story. It tells who you are as a person. And I think it's an expression of love. And I always tell my kids, be an artist. I mean, they have other ambitions and stuff, but when my grandchild comes to visit, it's like, let's do art. Because I think there's nothing more beautiful than children's art because it's so free and so expressive. So that's kind of where I am right now in my life. I'm also a writer. And I use the philosophy, my husband just passed away. So I've kind of been taking a break from my life for a moment, trying to find my way back to where I'm going. But that's been a pivotal part of my life too, is finding my voice, and that will come back to me through my art. So that's kind of where I am right now, and just in this unique place in this world as I make my path forward.
Well, that was beautiful. I'll tell you, I want to see that stuff actually on print. I want to see like a coffee table book. I want to include some of that stuff. You know, we just had International Women's Day, March 8th. We had about roughly 100 women that were very extraordinary women speak about everything from art to leadership to changing the world. And I'm going to make sure we connect so we can do a post recording and get you in that mix. I'll send you the playlist of it. I think you'd be wonderful. And I think some of the ladies that you knew in DC or that you had in the Success magazine would be a perfect fit as well.
Oh, I would be honored. I would be honored. I love working with women, and I love working with you. I love working with men, but you know, my women have certainly influenced a lot of my life.
Well, thank you for being here. And how can people reach out to you, connect with you, celebrate you?
Well, you can look me up at you can find me on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. You can find me there. I have a website called cynthiadlorenzi.art. It needs to be updated with my artwork. I'm taking a year off. You can go to cynthia.art or cynthiadlorenzi.com. You can find me there. And I encourage people to go to LinkedIn. I wrote a piece when I lost my husband, which is really interesting. It was called Good Grief, because grief is a process it's one simple world, which is painted with so many emotions, so many colors, so many feelings and emotions and words you haven't even begun to understand. And living in New Mexico, and which was really interesting, was here they celebrate something called the Day of the Dead. And when you think
Yeah.
about the Day of the Dead, you think that's kind of macabre. You know, coming from where we come, where the rite of passage of funeral is solemn and quiet and all these other things. And this is loud and it's colorful and it's beautiful and boisterous. And there's pictures and celebrating life. And it's been an amazing experience to live here and lose my spouse. And we actually created here with my granddaughter, my family, and a frenda, which is the word for altar, for my husband. And it's filled with all the things he loved and the colors and the pictures and everything else. So I really encourage people to read it and maybe grasp something for themselves, because we're all at some point going to experience grief. And I really encourage people to understand the beauty of that and how art can be a part of that journey. So I really want people to kind of think about that, because it's something so unique. So now I live in this place of color, and want people to realize that there's joy even in grief.
Beautiful. Well, please share this live message. Let's keep the world realizing that artists are an important aspect of why humanity is coming together and why they're inspired. Thank
Absolutely. Thank
you.
you.
Okay, next we have Haley Brown. So Haley, come on up. I'm excited to see what you got to show, because I think it's gonna have a couple people really happy. My son, my mentor, and of course myself. So how are you doing today, Haley?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, I'm better because I'm seeing you. I mean,
Thank you.
when you have a creator working with you and you have ideas, I mean, does it get any better?
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Well, this is our first of many, I think. If you
Oh,
know anything
yeah.
about me and you've checked who I am, I'm the type of person, if I want to work with someone, we're going to work forever.
Yes. And I'm down for it all.
So Haley, the floor is yours. I'm going to give you the full screen because I want you to have the whole screen to show the beautiful work you're doing.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Haley. I'm an illustrator who creates a mix of digital, AI assisted, and hand-drawn art. My work is very emotion driven. I don't just create things that look good. I like to create things that make you feel something. For me, art has always been more than just a hobby. It's been an outlet, a safe space, and a way to understand myself when I wouldn't always have the right words, you know? Art is important to me because it allows me to express emotions like healing, growth, love, and even pain in a way that people can see and connect with. There has been moments in my life where I didn't know how to explain how I felt, but I could always create something that showed it. And that's the big reason why I do art. I create because I want people to feel seen. I want someone to look at my art and think, that's exactly how I feel, even if they've never said it out loud. Art connects people in a way that is beyond words. And more than anything, I want my art to help people, whether that's bringing comfort, joy, or even just a small moment of peace. That's also what inspired the story I am creating currently with Ken. Um, the piece that I'm going to show is just one piece from the book that I have currently created. Um, I'm just going to show a little teaser of that because I don't want to show too much and do so much spoiling. So let me share my screen. So the picture you see here, the piece I'm about to show you, which is in front of you, is a place in a bright, colorful park inspired by a warm, welcoming city setting. In the center of the scene, a group of people, including my main characters, are gathered together with individuals who are experiencing homelessness. My characters are handing out food, offering clothes, and sitting with people, not just to help them, but truly connecting with them. Everyone in the scene is smiling, laughing, and present in the moment. The colors are soft but vibrant. greens from the trees, warm sunlight coming through, and pops of color in everyone's clothes that makes the whole scene feel alive and hopeful. One piece that is very important, a very important detail in this picture is those yellow small smile cards being passed from person to person. It may seem simple, but it represents something much bigger. It symbolizes how kindness can spread, how one small action can move through people and create a ripple effect. In this moment of the story, it's not just about giving, it's about connection, dignity, and reminding people that they matter. It's about showing that even in difficult situations, there can still be joy, community, and compassion. I chose this piece because it captures the heart of everything I want to show in my stories and in my art. Bringing people together, spreading kindness, and creating moments that make people feel seen and valued and not alone. That is my goal for all of my art. Thank you.
Well, you could imagine me smiling in the backstage. I'm so excited. I sent the picture to Barry, and he's like, "Can we talk in 11 minutes?" I said, "No, it's World Art Day, so not right now." But I'm eager for him to see the work. So I said I took a picture of it when you were. Do you have any
Okay.
other pages? If you have any other pages you want to send me, or any of just the characters, I would love to send them to him as well. But you
Okay,
did a
I'll send
beautiful
you
job.
everything I got.
I'm so
Thank
excited,
you.
David. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have our next artist, Kim Phillips P. Kim, come on up. I look forward to hearing your message, your creative message. And I noticed that you had some beautiful art behind you. So we'll show the world your creative side. How are you doing today, Kim?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Well, I'm doing great because it's World Art Day and I get to meet more artists. I mean, artists
Yes,
are
happy
cool.
World Art Day.
Did you know today was World Art Day before today? I
I
mean, before
did.
this year?
Um,
You
I
did?
try to keep up with it, yes. And so this was a great surprise for today.
Well, I will tell you, I guess I wish you were my friend about 20 years ago so I could celebrate it for the last 20 years or 30 even.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
we just
well,
looked it up and found out it's World Art Day. We aim to have every country that wants to play next year, like 100 countries, share how art moves their country and how art is important to bringing the world together. So, Kim, I turn the floor over to you, young lady. Share who you are, share that beautiful piece, why you have that there, and why art is so important to you. And I'll be back when you're ready.
all right. Thank you so much. I'm Kim Phillips P. I'm a local artist born and raised in San Diego, California, and I am sharing today why art is so important for all of us. I, again, was born and raised here. I went to a music performance arts elementary and also a performing arts high school, and I continued that into my adult life. I've opened art galleries here in San Diego, and just last month I was nominated for Best Muralist at the San Diego Magazine Readers Poll. So just being nominated for that was just an amazing experience, and it tells me that the work that I'm doing makes an impact in my city. So I'm also a face painter and an art tour guide. If you're interested in an art tour and you come to San Diego, you can meet me and I'll tell you everything there is to know, or you can meet me virtually. That way, the art experience is shared. We're not limited. We can always connect online, such as we are here today on Zoom. So, regarding my education and training, in addition to going to performing arts school, I also worked at the Walt Disney Studios in Burbank, California for close to 10 years, where I saw how they treated and valued the artist. When we think about art and the way that it impacts the world, we see paintings, we see muralists, we see sculptures, but do we think about the artist, the person that created everything that we're seeing? And what I saw at Disney is that they took very good care of the artists to make sure that they were mentally okay, that they were able to work. They had transportation, they had housing, they had compensation, they had health care. When you're dealing with insecurities such as those, it makes it difficult for you to be at your full potential. So what I learned is that artists worldwide need to be taken care of and need support systems. So after learning that and after working at Disney, I came back to San Diego. Makeda Dredd from the World Beat Center and I donated a free card to an artist. We want to make sure that our artists locally are doing well and able to perform at their best level. So support any artist you know. If you know someone that's got creative potential and you see them out there working and trying, support them, encourage them, stay enthusiastic about what you see around you. And that definitely helps out. What I've been working on recently is murals. The piece you see behind me is an indoor mural, which is on a cloth that can be moved or transferred to any location. I'm supporting a new fiber called Polytab, which allows muralists to work on a mural anywhere that they are, indoors, outdoors, and they can take it to another location and install it. So if you follow me on social media platforms, Kimberly Art Show, that's on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, you name it, you'll see my interactive murals and murals that can be moved around. That's my hot product right now, and I've been sharing it as much as possible. That's why I'm so thankful for this opportunity today. I can't wait to see this experience grow and to be able to meet more artists worldwide. Encouraging all artists to learn as much as you can and to share the good news about art with as many people as you can so that everyone out there can understand the value and know why art is so important. I offer a face paint masterclass for anyone that's interested in learning face painting and the techniques to be able to service children and adults at community events and personal and private parties. Paint goes so many ways and it opens so many doors from art tours to face painting to murals. The one thing that's at the bottom of all of that is paint. So when you think about art, think about painting, think about the writers, think about the poets, think about photographers, think about chefs, everything that there is creative to do all leads us back to art. So on World Art Day, I'd like to just continue to spread the good news about art and welcome any questions that anyone has for me. You can reach me online. Again, I'm on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and I post every day. As an artist, I feel like getting the word out is important, and so you will see me posting every day online. Thank you so much.
Well, I am looking forward to seeing you posting every day online because I just met you. So, Kim, nice to meet you. Nice to have a creative friend in my life, and you are certainly that. So, have a beautiful day, and let's make this day even bigger next year. Oh, did you know there's also National Art Day?
Okay, I'll have to keep up with that. What day is that?
Well, I knew you were going to ask that, and I don't have the exact day, but I'm going to tell you what it is. You know what I'm going to tell you because I want to actually announce it to the world that we're planning early. So National Art Day is October 25th. So
Okay.
now for those world people here, sorry, but you're going to have to wait till next year for us to bring you to World Art Day, which is obviously on April 15th. I don't know why they picked April 15th tax day, but I guess for those people getting the big checks, they got to go spend it on some nice art. So let's have our next guest come up. Connor Hebel, come on up. Connor is a wonderful human being, an advocate of the Smile Channel, and was nice enough to invite all kinds of other artists. So thank you for being a partner and helping us get this day really out there. You just heard the announcement that we have, instead of 3 weeks to get ready for this event day, we have now, I guess it's about 6 months, October.
Excellent.
So our goal, by the way, always when it's national, is to have every state represented. So I would love it if we had at least one artist from each state share how art is important to them in that state. So Connor, I'm going to turn it over to you. Have fun. The floor is yours. The stage is yours.
All right. Yeah, and thank you so much. Before I begin, the reason why I love sharing that is because it's with so many incredible people who are heart-centered. And so I love that I'm able to bring in people and have the support, get that platform out there. So what if the most powerful piece of art you'll ever create is something that you can actually eat? Hi, everyone. My name is Connor Hebel, and I'm the founder of Island Microgreens. I started my business when I was 14 years old. And what's interesting is I didn't start because I was trying to build a brand or become an entrepreneur. I started because I was looking for something better. I was looking for health. I was looking for a way to feel stronger, more alive, and more connected to what I was putting in my body. And that search led me to microgreens. Tiny plants like these that are harvested young, full of life, vibrant color, texture, and incredible nutrition. And what began as a personal health journey turned into something much bigger. It became a mission to help people grow their own food, even if they have very little space, very little time, or no gardening experience at all. And over time, I realized something that surprised me. What I was doing wasn't just gardening. It wasn't just nutrition. It wasn't just business. It was art. And when most people hear the word art, they think paintings, sculptures, music, dance, photography, and all of those are beautiful expressions of creativity. But today, on World Art Day, I want to offer a different perspective because I believe growing your own food, especially in creative, intentional ways, is one of the most beautiful art forms in the world. Because what is art really? Art is creation. Art is vision. Art is taking an idea that doesn't exist in the physical form and bringing it to life. Art is something that feeds your body, your soul, your mind. And that is exactly what happens when you grow your food. You take a little seed, something tiny, dry, easy to overlook, and you imagine what it could become. You prepare space for it. You nourish it. You pay attention to it. You give it a little light, water, time, and care. And then, day by day, something begins to happen. Life emerges. To me, that process feels a bit like an artist standing in front of a blank canvas. And at first, there's that potential, there's intention, there's action, then form, then beauty. And eventually, something exists that did not exist before. That is art. What I love about microgreens in particular is that they make this creative process accessible. You do not need acres of land. You don't need fancy equipment. You don't need years of experience. You can grow something alive and beautiful in a kitchen counter, RV, classroom, small apartment, or home where people once believed that growing food just wasn't possible. After all, if NASA can grow microgreens in space, we can grow them too. And every tray becomes its own masterpiece. Some are a deep green, some have hints of purple. Some grow straight and tall, and some create these wild little patterns as they reach for light. Every variety has its own personality. Every grower begins their own touch, and every harvest tells a completely different story. No two trays are exactly the same. And that's one of the reasons why I call growing microgreens art, because art carries a fingerprint of the creator, a painting that reflects the hand of the painter, a song that reflects that heart of the musician, and a tray of homegrown food reflects the care, the patience, the vision, and the person who grew it. And there's something powerful about the fact that this art is alive. Most art asks us to look. This art asks us to participate. You watch it change day by day. You become a part of the process. You don't just observe the transformation, you help create it. And then, in the end, it does something even more amazing. It nourishes you. That's one of my favorite parts of this conversation because growing food creatively is not about making something beautiful. It's about making something beautiful that gives back. It fuels your body. It supports your health. It brings families together. It can teach kids where food really comes from. It can help someone feel empowered, instead of dependent, and it can turn a passive consumer into an active creator. To me, that's one of the most highest forms of art, creation that restores. UNESCO describes World Art Day as a celebration that reinforces the links between artistic creation and society, highlights artistic diversity, and reminds us that art can unite, it can inspire, it can heal, and it can connect us. And that's exactly why this conversation matters. Because if art can connect us, if art can heal, and if art can help us imagine a better world, then surely something deeply artistic is about helping people reconnect with their food, their health, and the living world around them. We live in a time where so many things are fast, processed, digital, distracted, and disconnected. A lot of people feel far away from nature, far away from the source of what nourishes them, far away from the simple joy of making something real with their own hands. But when you grow your own food, even in a tiny tray, you begin to restore that connection. You begin to notice things again. You notice color, you notice texture, you notice timing, you notice the responsibility, and you notice how life responds to attention. And maybe, just as importantly, you notice that you are capable of creating something meaningful. That matters because creativity is not reserved for a few gifted people. Creativity is a part of being human. Sometimes creativity looks like painting a mural. Sometimes it looks like writing a song. Sometimes it looks like planting a seed and deciding what your kitchen counter can become a place of beauty, health, and possibility. Of course, responsibility too. That is creatively living. And I think that's a part of the invitation of World Art Day, not just to admire the art, but to recognize where art is already happening in our lives. Maybe art is the meal that someone prepares with love. Maybe art is the way that a garden is arranged. Maybe art is in teaching a child how to grow their first tray of greens. Maybe art is something as ordinary as turning a seed and making it become a symbol of hope, health, and self-reliance. For me, the art of growing food is about more than plants. It's about imagination. It's about health. It's about empowerment. It's about seeing abundance where other people see the limitation. And that has become one of the greatest gifts of my journey. What started with my own search for better health became a business, and that business became a mission. And that mission is opening my eyes to the beauty of what happens when people stop saying, I can, and start saying, what if I could grow something? What if I could create art? Because that one question changes a lot. What if I could grow something beautiful? What if I could grow something nourishing? What if I could create something with my own hands? What if health began as a small daily act? What if food was not something I just bought? What if it was something I participated in creating? And that shift is powerful. And I think that's where art and growing food meet. They both begin with a vision. Before painting exists, the artist sees it. Before harvesting exists, the grower believes in it. And both require courage. Both require patience. And both require a faith in the process that cannot be rushed. So today on World Art Day, I want to leave you with this idea. Maybe growing your own food is not separate from art. Maybe it is art because every seed is a medium. Maybe every tray is a canvas. Maybe every harvest is an expression. And maybe creativity is not about what we make people look at, but also what we help to grow where people live. If that idea sparks you, I'd love for you to connect. You can visit us at islandmicrogreens.com. And sometimes the most beautiful thing you can create is life. Thank you.
Well, since you made me hungry, I decided I'd look up something that should give you a gift. Are you ready for the gift?
All right, sure, yeah.
How about that?
Oh, nice. There you go. Just add a
And
little
then,
microgreens on top and it's good to go.
yeah, exactly. Well, I got one more for you. I got one more.
All right.
This one. How about that? I mean, that's a happy vegetable, but I think all
Yeah.
these are just absolutely cool.
You
So
are what you eat.
you are what you eat. So thank you, Connor, for a great message and bringing art to the table.
Thank
So
you for
next
this inspiring place. It's really powerful. So thank you.
My pleasure. Well, wait till you see the next guest. He's got a couple Guinness World Book records. So I will
I'm
see you
looking forward to it.
later. And Dan Meyer, please join us on the stage. I know you've been on a lot of stages before. This is the World Art Stage. So it's so good to see you. It's been a couple weeks, I guess, right?
Yep. A couple weeks. Glad to be here. Happy World Art Day, everybody.
Well, I'm doing this for you. I don't think I've ever done this in 1,500 shows. I've never done this before. You ready for this?
Okay.
How are you, Dan?
I'm good there, Ken. I'm feeling small.
It was so cool to meet you at the Secret Knock, and it looks like we're going to be seeing each other in Scottsdale in next week for a book tour. And you're the coolest guy, so I'm looking forward to getting your book, and I hope you're sharing your book today as well. But proceed with your wonderful presentation. You are quite the entertainer.
I don't know if I've got a wonderful presentation, but Connor's presentation made me hungry. I'm hungry, but yeah,
Well, being the humble self that you are, I can just say this is a duplicate of Secret Knock. You said, well, I don't know if I really belong up here. And then you blow everyone away and they're like, oh my gosh. So I'm looking forward to hearing what you got to say.
Oh, thank you. I'm not planning on blowing anybody away today. I'm just going to tell you about my art. I happen to be a practitioner of one of the oldest arts known to mankind. It's over 4,000 years old, started in 2000 BC in South India in a place called, it's currently called Andhra Pradesh. And it was started by, well, we're not quite sure who started it because it's a little bit hazy back 4,000 years ago. But it was started in a tribe called the Kandadora tribe, which is now, like I said, currently in Andhra Pradesh, India. I was a missionary there in 1978 in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. And little did I know that this is the place where this particular art had started. It's been passed down over the generations from father to son for over 4,000 years. In 1997, I heard there were less than 12 practitioners left in the entire world. And I said, I've got to learn this. So I began practicing. I practiced 10 to 12 times a day, every day for 4 years, a total of 14,000 unsuccessful attempts before I got before I succeeded in getting this art down. And then I had to master it and turn it into a performance art. And the art that I'm talking about is the ancient art of sword swallowing. Oh, I'm going to be a little bit out of focus here. I guess I got that background focus on. So I am the president of the Sword Swallowers Association International. My name is Dan Meyer, and I'm here in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. And in 1997, I heard there were less than a dozen sword swallowers left. I met a sword swallower, George the Giant, from Bakersfield, California. I said, give me some tips. He said, I'll give you 2 tips. Number 1, it's extremely dangerous. 29 people have died doing this. Number 2, don't try it. Well, that's when I added it to my list and began practicing. Took me, like I said, about 14,000 unsuccessful attempts before I got my first sword down, February 12th, 2001. I've been doing it for about 25 years now. It has taken me to 60 countries around the world, 9 TED Talks, 15, 16 Got Talent auditions around the world. America's Got Talent twice to the finals. Australia's Got Talent twice. Sweden's Got Talent. I won the Golden Buzzer there and was honored to go on to the finals there. It was really pretty cool. Croatia, Italy, Spain, France, Germany, Canada, Israel's Got Talent, just a number of them. It's been just a wild, wild ride. I'll tell you a little bit about the history of sword swallowing, this ancient art. Like I said, it was started in ancient India about 2000 BC, passed down father to son in the Kandadora tribe. Gradually, it moved north to ancient China, And from there, moved over to ancient Greece and Rome in the first centuries AD. Moved up into Europe in the Middle Ages, where it was actually outlawed. People were put to death by the Catholic Church at that time because they thought you had to be pretty well possessed in order to swallow a sword. And it was outlawed up until 1890. It was outlawed in Europe, in Norway in 1890. It finally became popular here in the United States in 1893 at the Chicago World's Fair. And in early, about 1891, 92, 93, with Barnum and Bailey Circus originally first, and then gradually with Ringling Brothers in 1918, 1919, and through the 1940s and 50s. Today, there are less than a few dozen sword swallowers left in the world today, actively performing professional sword swallowers. Out of a world population of over 8.3 billion people, that makes me rather unique at being one out of every about 350 million people in the world. And so it is kind of a rare art. You don't see it very often. You might see it on America's Got Talent. I was the first one on America's Got Talent. And then a lot of my cohorts have followed behind. But it's been a wild ride. It's just been an incredible journey for me to just take me around the world. So if you'd like to see a little bit of what I do, now first I need to explain where the blade actually goes. And I wish I could pop up a video for you, but I'll explain it to you. In order to swallow a sword, and of course, most people believe it's fake. It folds up in the handle. Now, that could be the case for some magicians, kids magicians, but for those of us who are actual, real, bona fide sword swallowers, no, it's extremely dangerous. We have from 3 to 8 serious injuries each year that require hospitalization. I get the phone calls. In 2006, I did 2005, 2006, did a medical research paper on sword swallowing and its side effects. Was published in the British Medical Journal. In 2007, that won me the Ig Nobel Prize in Medicine at Harvard. Then I got to go on Ig Nobel lecture tours around the world. Harvard, MIT, Oxford, Cambridge, Erasmus University, universities up BITS Pilani, BITS Goa in India, just all over the place. And it's just been fun educating people on the fact that sword swallowing is really real. So in order to swallow a sword, like this particular one here, this is a 24-inch long blade. And in order to swallow it, first of all, you have to slide it into the oral cavity over the tongue. When it gets to the back of the throat, it runs into the very first reflex, which is known as the gag reflex. Many of you have that when you're brushing your teeth. I have to navigate the gag reflex, and that just took, like I said, about 14,000 practices before I could get that muscle memory. Then I have to navigate a 90-degree curve down the cervical esophagus, get it down the throat. When I get behind the promenutial laryngeum, the Adam's apple here, the voice box, blade can go in one of two different directions. It can either go down my esophagus and into my stomach, or down my trachea, my bronchial tubes, and into my lungs. So in my case, I really hope it goes down the esophagus and into my stomach. So I have to flip open the epiglottis, repress the gag reflex, then repress the peristalsis reflex. That's 22 pairs of muscles that swallows your food into your stomach. Slide the blade into the thoracic chamber between the lungs. And when it gets to the center of the chest, the sword runs into the highest concentration of blood vessels in the human body, an organ known as the cardiac muscle or the heart. Now, the heart is kind of left center. So as the sword goes down, I actually have to nudge the heart a little bit to the left and back. And if you watch very carefully, a lot of times you can see the blade beat with my heart like this because it's leaning against the heart, separated by about 1/8 of an inch of esophageal tissue. When I get it past the heart, I go about 1.5 inches past the lower esophageal sphincter. And when I get down to what's called the lower esophageal sphincter, the LES, I have to repress or relax that, open that up, slide the blade down into the stomach, past the liver and kidneys, into the stomach, repress the Rett reflex in the stomach, peristalsis reflex in the heart, or in the chest, and the gag reflex in the throat. When I get to the bottom of the stomach, if I go further than that, it goes all the way down to my duodenum or duodenum. If I go further than that, it goes all the way down to my fallopian tubes. Just kidding. That's a piece of cake for me. Not for most people, but we have had, like I said, 29 deaths from sword swallowing. I've almost died 4 times, ended up in a hospital in Rome for a few weeks, filming for Guinness World Record TV, swallowing swords underwater in a tank. I've swallowed swords underwater in a tank of sharks, 88 sharks and stingrays for Ripley's Believe It or Not. Swallowed red hot sword for Stanley's Superhumans, which was an awful lot of fun. Stan Lee called me, and I was pretty honored about that. And so it's been a wild ride. I've now got 40 world records, and I'm going to spell this one for you guys right now. Actually, I'm going to start with a smaller sword first, just to warm up. So this one is a serpentine sword. This one kind of makes my Adam's apple wobble back and forth. I'm going to see if I can do this while sitting down. We'll see if it'll work. And that is the serpentine sword. I'm going to see if I can turn off this feature. I don't know. Give me 1 second. We'll see if I can find out where to turn off that background. I don't see it right here, but oh well, we'll deal with it. Now, some people say it folds up in the handle. Well, how about if I swallow something that cannot fold up in the handle? How about if I swallow the handle? This is a giant spoon, a ladle. This is relatively new. I just started swallowing this last fall on tour. And that's how that's done. I had to spoon feed that one to you guys. So, this one's kind of fun. You might be able to relate to this. This is a common garden variety hedge clippers. These actually belong to my dad. He's still looking for them in the garage, but I'm going to swallow them for you guys right here. It's like hemlock. No, it tastes like chicken because that's what I had last time I swallowed it. And that's the hedge clippers. I'm going to do something else that's kind of interesting that you guys might get a kick out of. This is a giant hand saw. Now, there was a lady by the name of Edith Clifford who performed with Barnum and Bailey. She started when she was 13. And I now own all of her swords, her saw, all of the things that she sold, but she was famous for swallowing a handsaw like this. I have her original handsaw. This is a replica I had made, but I'm going to swallow it for you guys just to prove to you it does not fold up in the handle. Yum. Now, a lot of people say you got to see it to believe it. Now you can say, I believe it because I saw it, right? Yeah. And I will finally do the 24-inch long blade, my favorite sword here. Actually, I may do one more for you that's kind of a special one. I don't know if it'll work or not, but we'll try this one. 24 inches of cold hard steel. And that's how it's done. One last one for you, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Ken. This is an LED light. Just had this made recently. I don't know if it'll show up through my neck much. It works better with the lights out, but we'll try it anyway. And that, ladies and gentlemen, happy World Art Day. Happy World Sword Swallowers Day was in February. But it's been my honor to be here with you guys. Hope that gave you a little something to think about today.
Well, we got 3 things. First of all, a big thank you for being here. And do you have, we did make it so you can share the screen. So if you do want to show something, if you did, we'd made it available. So you could share something on the screen if you want.
I'm just going to share This is the new book that
Yep.
it took me 28 years. Boy, that I hate that background thing. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
It's called To the Hilt, A Sword Swallower's History of Sword Swallowing. I don't know if it's flipped or not.
I'll tell you what, put
And
it right in front of you like this. Put it right in front of you and have your eyes go above it, and it'll show up fine. Yep, there you go.
perfect. There we go. And
A little
took me
publishing
28
trick.
years. Thank you. Took me 28 years to write this. It is the bios of about 80 sword swallowers from the 1800s to 1980, and then some very, very bizarre anecdotes and stories of current living sword swallowers, what we call jackpot stories in the end, about 40 of those stories towards the tail end. And the foreword by my friend Uri Geller, who was one of the judges on Israel's Got Talent and a dear friend of mine. It's an incredible book. You can find it on Amazon, Books A Million, Barnes and Noble, just about any place, Walmart, Target, just about any place that fine books are sold. But it's called To the Hilt, A Sword Swallower's History of Sword Swallowing. If you'd like to follow me, you can find me on most of the socials at Dan Meyer, Meyer Swords, Dan Meyer Swords on Instagram, TikTok, I think Facebook, Twitter, X. Or you can go to my website, Cutting Edge Entertainment, INN Entertainment, INNERTAINMENT.com, cuttingedgeentertainment.com, or just look for Dan Meyer and you can watch some of the videos on America's Got Talent and my TED Talk, Cutting Through Fear.
So I'm going to see you, like I said, next week. I would like to take a photo of you where you have a sword. We'd like to make the coffee table book to include some type of art. So if we can figure out what you could wear and what you could do, I'd like this, because World Art Day is about celebrating visual art, and that is certainly a visual experience that you just gave us. Do you mind if I tell them what happened when I met you and you had the book and you said, my final feat, I've never done this before, but you took the entire book and you put it down your throat and we couldn't get it out. So I didn't get a book. So that's why I have to come out to Scottsdale to get a new book.
I don't remember that anymore. It was just, it was all such a blur, like my background.
Yeah. So thank you so much for taking time to be here, and what an entertainer you are. Look forward to seeing you next week and having things turn into way better experiences. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Happy World Art Day.
Thank you. All right. Next we have Marco Santini. Marco was advised before he came to the stage that we only are allowing one person to swallow swords. He had some of his butter knives with him, and I said, nope, no more swallow acts during World Art Day. We only let one person do it, Marco. I'm sorry about that. Isn't that crazy, though, that he swallowed the whole book and we just couldn't get it out of him? So,
oh, it's a mouthful.
Yeah, so I'm excited because he's giving me a signed copy of his book next week, and I get to bring a copy of my book, the one that's anti-sword swallowing.
It's a good
I made
book
it to my whole life. Yeah, I made it to my whole life without swallowing a sword. I'm really proud of myself.
Congratulations.
So, Marco, we just were connected. Who connected us?
Brandon.
Yes. And it just goes to show the importance of an event. I saw the flyer that you're speaking at that event, and it said art on it. And I said, you got to be kidding me. God, thank you so much. And Brandon's the coolest guy ever, isn't he?
He's amazing. Yeah, we had a great time yesterday.
Well, you have a great theme, and so I'd like to turn the floor over to you and have fun. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you. Well, firstly, before I start, I just want to say it's been really inspiring to hear you guys talk. I think art is one thing and presenting your art is another. So well done to everyone that I've seen. My name is Marco Santini. I'm an impact artist. I mirror the spirit of communities around the world through interactive collaborative designs. And I'm coming off a pretty high note. I gave my first TEDx talk last night. Today was supposed to be my day off, but I found out just a few days ago that it was Art Day and I wanted to be part of it. So here I am. And then the day before that, I was at the Boys and Girls Club in Stamford as well, doing interactive art lesson with the kids. So I just want to give a little bit of background about my history, how I got here, because I find it quite fascinating, and hopefully you'll find something interesting. I found my life's purpose back in 2018 to spread love and positivity through art and education. It's taken me on this incredible journey. Got some pretty cool celebrity collectors like Ringo Starr of the Beatles, Chris Martin of Coldplay, and even the gold medalist Sarah Hughes. It's taken me on this incredible journey all around the world to work with some pretty amazing brands, some of which I will tell you about. But for me, people ask, how did you get started in art? I didn't really know growing up as a kid that you could still make a living as an artist. And so I actually started by giving away my art for free. Anytime I went to a birthday, a wedding, housewarming, anytime I had to pay for a gift, I would invest that money in myself to gift something, to create something customized for a friend, a family member, somebody I love. And that kind of snowballed and got some interest. And what I didn't really realize at the time was that every time I did that, people would hang it on their wall. They would share it on social media. When people would come to their house, they would start talking about it, and really had this beautiful natural journey of spreading my art. But everything really changed for me when I created this One Love logo. I studied linguistic anthropology at Brown University and had no idea what I was going to do with it. I worked at NBC for a while as a page. I worked at the Olympics. I worked in marketing and branding, did all this cool stuff, but it didn't really resonate with my heart. So I left that all to focus on tutoring and mentoring students and then trying to figure out art. And one night I came home and I wrote the word love in over 100 different languages, meant to signify that there's more that unites us and divides us. You'll find that Turkish and Armenian are next to each other. Arabic, Hebrew, and German are next to each other. Even Russian and Ukrainian are next to each other. So it's this idea that we may write it differently, we may pronounce it differently, but the meaning is still the same. And so I had this crazy idea that I was going to put it up all over New York City, and I put it up with this very much illegal sticker and wheat paste poster campaign. But the biggest risk I took was putting my Instagram handle on there because I wanted to be found, but I didn't want to be caught, kind of a slight distinction. And it just exploded in popularity. Within a few months, I was painting at major Cipriani weddings, painting for Ringo Starr, painting murals, painting for Fortune 500s, painting on a Birkin bag. I mean, it just took on this life of its own. And clients and collectors would come to me and basically create these custom One Love family crests where they would give me upwards of 100 words and kind of create, rather than being told who they are and then what their family is, give me names, sports teams, pet names, places that they've visited, and kind of create this custom idea. And that design, actually found out a few months ago, was actually recently awarded an Impact Art Award. I entered this contest and totally wildly enough won it. It's actually going to be going to the moon with the Griffin lunar lander scheduled to launch later this year. But basically, I had this idea. I was going to ask people all around the world, what does the moon mean to you? What message would you send to the moon? And I captured all those words digitally around my One Love logo. And a few months ago, I got to go to the Bit Basel Sea and Space Summit in Miami, got to meet some amazing astronauts, and got to see the gold plate where my design is etched. And it's basically this idea of preserving humanity's legacy on the moon. And that gold plate will be affixed to the lunar lander. So just a totally humbling, still feels quite surreal even to just say that. But that was a pretty amazing accomplishment. I've had this partnership with the United Nations for a while, where I was doing a lot of targeting to younger audiences, trying to bring them in through art activations and live paintings and clothing designs. And most notably, I got to live paint at the 2019 UN General Assembly. I had an earpiece in my ears, listening to what all the delegates were saying in all these languages, captured their words in real time. And then at the last minute, they asked me to speak, and I hadn't prepared a single word. And I was very nervous. But what came to me in the moment was this idea of authenticity. And to me, authenticity is when your thoughts, your words, and your actions are all aligned. And that very much resonated with the International Committee of the Red Cross, which not only acquired the painting, but then used it as their holiday card that year and sent it out to over 100 countries, which is totally a life-changing moment as well. A big part of what I do is collaborative. This idea of interactive live painting was what I did last night in Stanford at the TEDx. I basically tried to be a fly on the wall, listening to speeches, conferences, events, interacting with people and guests, trying to create these real moments in person to capture kind of the visual essence of an event, of a moment. One of my collectors recently called me the anti-AI artist. He said, you can't be replaced by AI because you connect with people through these collaborative, creative moments. And I thought that was quite nice and quite funny, but I prefer to think of myself as pro-human in the sense that connecting in person, capturing that moment and translating that into a visual idea can really serve us all to remember and to feel. I feel that we don't remember every moment, we remember the moments we feel. And to me, to capture it visually and to be able to share that is kind of a beautiful way to kind of cap it off. Here's me painting for Ringo Starr. I got to live paint at his concert, listening to song lyrics, and also painted a charity check for him. Here's me painting at Art Basel a few years ago, asking people what that meant to them in Miami. Here's me at MIT, or at the UN Climate Week on behalf of MIT, asking people what solve means to them. That was their championship challenge. And then I've also done 20 activations with Bloomingdale's all around the country, you name it, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Christmas, New Year's. Really had a beautiful partnership with them. Most notably, I was the first artist to live paint over the wooden boards in Soho in New York City after everything shut down during COVID, because I had this long-standing relationship with them. And so I created this mural of appreciation for first responders and essential workers with love in many languages, all these colorful messages and positive designs. and got written up as the brightest thing on Broadway, got a lot of cool press. But then totally shockingly, after George Floyd was murdered, a cop car was burned down directly in front of my mural. And for 3 days, this image was on the front page of the New York Times website. It's like, watch what happens live during the protests. And it was a totally surreal moment. My artwork, this positive, bright colored messaging juxtaposed with this burned down cop car fighting for equality and justice. And my even though Bloomingdale's was broken into, my murals weren't destroyed, and Bloomingdale's really saw that as this moment of resilience. And then they ended up sending my artwork all around the country, putting it in their headquarters, putting it on the windows, and all these different designs. It was really a beautiful silver lining and showing that positive. I believe that bright colors and positive messaging can improve your mental health, and it's there when you need it. And it was kind of really a beautiful moment. I've also live painted in the windows of Bloomingdale's, talking to people through the window and capturing what they think, and I've done a lot of interactive stuff in that way. Interestingly enough, when that all died out during COVID, no murals, no live painting, I turned over to this new idea. So I didn't go to art school. And so I decided to study the greatest artists of all time. I found that they have three things in common. One, they all had an art crew that they ran ideas by or stole ideas from. Secondly, they all had a new style, a new medium, a new ism in which they were very much the founder of, but and then thirdly, they got a lot of critique. They got a lot of pushback. This isn't art. What are you doing? And that very often snowballed and became something new and unique that really brought that there. So I studied these great artists. I decided I was going to do something quite controversial. So I started collecting really rare, valuable signed books from these artists and cutting them up. So here's a book signed by Lichtenstein. Just to me, collecting dust on a bookshelf, not being appreciated, but I would read it cover to cover, analyze the most interesting things, and then cut it up, taking away all the extra stuff and leaving just the most important visual essence. I got this in front of a major executive at Christie's who called it a new art category. I'm calling it illuminism, this idea of shining a light objectively on a subject. A big part of my idea of my artwork in general is just how do you connect? This is connecting across time, right? People who are passed away, connecting with this, connecting with people in the moment through the live paintings. I launched a series at Art Basel in 2022, and within 1 hour VIP opening, I sold the first piece for $35K. It totally changed my life. Within a few weeks, I sold the second piece for $40, and it just started me on this new trajectory of the kind of more high-end, more premium style. I've sold 2 works at Sotheby's, one of the biggest art auction houses out there, have a few pieces in museum collections, and even showcased a piece at the Louvre where I cut up a book. This was digitally showcased, but had a book of the Louvre, cut out all the extra stuff and left in the most interesting stuff. It's not collage where I'm moving things around, so I keep the original binding of the book intact. It's more necessary when I do it with signed pieces. I don't want to challenge what it was. I want to keep it exactly as close to what it was when the famous person signed it. I also do large-scale murals. This was a penthouse in Hudson Yards in New York City. Probably my favorite story ever because I met the CEO on a Friday. He paid me up front. He said, do whatever you want. I love your stuff. Didn't ask for a rendering, didn't ask for anything. And he left. And he just left me in this amazing penthouse with all the money and everything. And it was this creative trust, this creative freedom that I felt. And I was there all weekend, blasting music, gave me some great bottles of wine. And I painted this piece. And he comes home on Sunday night and he just starts crying, tears of joy. He's like, I get to live with this in my home. I get to host parties in front of us. And so it was a really special moment for me. A lot of my artwork is and murals are interactive. This was at South by Southwest, asking people what they love about Austin, asking people what they love about the South Street Seaport in New York City, on temporary boards, asking people at a charity walk, what does mental health mean to you? This was a beautiful moment where people of all different teams really kind of came together, shared their stories, and just this power of realizing that you're not alone out there. This was me at the Bitcoin conference, love it or hate it. I was asking people, what does Bitcoin mean to you? Capture that all in these interactive painting style, and then it was acquired by a museum. I do a lot of selfie windows and painting on windows. And so one thing I talk to younger artists and really just share is this idea that like everything is art, any style, any medium, anything that you want to translate. I define success as an artist as being able to create what I want, when I want, from wherever I want. And there's a beautiful freedom, like I said, that comes from that. I've done some cool dance floors out there. Not always the most interesting to step on and destroy your work quite quickly, but really cool to interact with. I painted a padel court at Fisher Island for Art Basel. This is Billionaire's Island. It was this crazy interaction. They treated me like a king. They brought me on. You have to get permission just to enter the island. But got to do this really amazing activation there this past December. I also paint pools, which I find to be a lot of fun. This is a pool I painted a few years ago, and here's what it looks like with the water in it, with all the beautiful shadows and lights shimmering around there, as well as a blue pool I painted last year. I've done 40, over 40 communal activations out there. So I work with students, and when I do, I like to meet them where they are. I like to ask them a unifying question: what's important to you? What inspires you? What does the school mean to you? And I take all those words and create a mural for them in their space, or create a painting for them. And when they see their art, their words on the wall, they just feel really seen, really heard, feel like they belong. This school calls it the portal of positivity. This is student work on all these note cards. I did this interactive art assignment that came in. They did all those note cards. They handed the note cards and they didn't know what was happening. I came in over the weekend, gangbusters, like painted the whole mural and then put their artwork in the space. And the school calls it the portal of positivity because they're like, every time you walk by, you just feel the positive energy, and it connects their lunchroom to all their main classrooms. It's really just kind of a beautiful spot, and very proud of that one. And my favorite ever corporate partnerships, I do a lot of partnerships with everybody. My favorite one to date has been this partnership with Magnite. It's the first ever corporate retreat that was in Tulum. And I basically got to show a wide range of my creative talent. So I designed their logo for their retreat with their company name and their 4 pillars. I did an interactive live painting where I listened to the speakers, talked to members of the team, went on offsites and got to really capture what the company means to them. I designed a clothing line for them. I did an interactive communal activation, and then I got to do the final keynote wrap-up speech to over 850 people, telling them what I heard, and here's what your company means to you in your own words. And so I've done a lot. I tried to be really quick with a lot of slides, but I'm just really grateful for this. I feel like art is for everyone in some way, and now that I know what International Art Day is, I feel like I might celebrate it. So thank you all for listening and being part of this.
I want to thank you for showing a really amazing. Are you like 700 years old? I mean, that got it. I don't know how you got that much done, and you look like you're young. How is this possible? You got all this done.
That's about the last 6 or 7 years of my life, honestly.
You're
crazy.
supposed to say that's my last 6 weeks. You're supposed to do
Yeah.
that.
To me, it's funny. My wife, after the TEDx talk last night, we were driving home with my son, and she was so proud of me, and she's, complimenting me, telling me all the things I missed or saw, all these things. And then after, she's like, "So what's next?" And I'm like, that is this beautiful love that we have, that she knows I'm just so ambitious, what I'm working on now and what I'm doing next. And I don't know, we're talking about just like that's like a deep love and appreciation we have for each other. But yeah, I find that I'm happiest when I create. I'm happiest when I'm in flow, and there's a lot of people to represent out there.
Well, I got since it's World Art Day, and I would just say, I just want, since you're about words and I just love your work, these are Keep Smiling in different languages.
Oh, yes.
And I got them in 48 languages. And so one of my dreams is meeting someone like you and saying, if I was to give you all these letters, this art that means basically a smile is welcoming and love and acceptance, that'd be pretty interesting. And we could actually have it every time there's a World Day. We're saying,
oh, I love that.
Come together. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're awesome. You are so
Thank
cool.
you. You're awesome. I appreciate you for making me part of this.
Yeah, we got Dan Meyer with a sword swallowing. You have the murals. By the way, the gentleman who's after you, Sam Welty, he is a muralist too, and he is commissioned to go and do complete walls of entire buildings. So I know you have lots on your plate. You probably got to paint another pool and probably 2 tennis courts later today. But if you have like 10 more minutes, I think you'll really like what you guys see with Sam.
Stick around.
All right. So thank you so much for joining and helping us celebrate World Art Day. Sam, come on up. So Sam is such an important artist in my life because he took care of one of my clients and he made her day. In fact, he made her seize the day with art and a smile. So Sam Welty, he's got a big heart, and I'm just so happy that you were able to not only join us, but you also spread the word about this day and the celebration of art. And I think art is, I think art is the most important thing that humans do. It's an expression of love. It's an expression of emotion. It's an expression of connection. So, Sam, I'd like to start off the interview with just tell who you are, why art's important to you, and then when you tell me you'd like me to show something, I think I'd like to show the work you do with Beth first, and I'd like to show your website after too. That's fine.
You show anything. I'm honestly, more than to talk about myself, I'm here to help you. Just because what art is for me is that it's an expression of humanity. It's an expression of all of our individual humanity. Every person's art is different. Even if you try your best to forge someone else's work, it's still yours. You created it. And it is it's an expression of who we are because it's the thing we all understand. We have opinions about it. We talk about it. It's the thing that unites us. And I'm here for you, man. I'm here to help.
All right. Well, then I'm going to show off the beautiful work you did for Beth.
Great.
So you did 5 books for Beth, and this is the first one. It is Seize the Day with a Smile. And
yeah, that's clearly the first one.
Yes. And book 1, and this is a concept that Beth came up with, and you guys worked together like you'd known each other forever. And this is such a great story and great artwork to complement it. I do want to say that there is a video that Kenny did reading the entire book during the Children's Storytelling Day.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, and he actually read all 5 of the books. That's one thing I want to show is just the gorgeous work you did, and the fact that you are so committed to a client being happy. And when you and I first talked,
it's easy with her. She is wonderful. You just want to.
Didn't I tell you though?
Yep,
I told you when I said,
you did. There's some people you just want to make happy no matter what.
Now, our friend who recommended you to me, Mr. Noggle.
Yes.
Yes, he had a children's book, and ironically, he was on my show. I saw it, and then Beth, within a month, says, I'm ready to do the children's book that you said I should do. Because I said, you really want to get in the school system and have kids learn about Seizing the Day. It's kind of an old dog.
That's what her plan is.
Yes. And we're going to get, we have people that are making some big raises for her to get books in the hands of every single school. We want 45,000 schools to have.
I can't wait to see what happens.
Well, we're going to go ahead and show the other gift you have, which is murals. And I'm going to pop this open here.
Yeah, that's the fun of when I every once in a while get to illustrate a book or work with somebody like you or with Beth, and I get to sit at my computer. I get to be inside in the air conditioning all day. It's awesome because what you're about to show, I'm outside in the elements and everything goes wrong.
What'd you think of Marco? I mean, it kind of felt like I had 2 twin brothers that had separated.
At first I thought, what am I doing here? What you've got successful artists that are out there lighting the world on fire. I've got here.
You're crushing it too, brother. So this is, first of all, how you reach him. This is the website, Sam Welty. And I'm going to just give you a little walkthrough. Sam is such a brilliant artist, and he does such interesting work. He does full murals. I would like you to navigate where you'd like me to show them. Portfolio, I'm guessing, is where you'd want me to show them.
Portfolio is a great spot.
Yep. So the large
some of the here's the thing about my website is because the guy who handles the website adds new pictures to it all the time, but there's stuff in here I haven't seen in 15 years.
Okay, well, I'm going to go to military art murals.
Go right ahead.
So yeah, these are gorgeous.
I live in a military town, so sometimes they will have me like right there. I went out to sea on that naval vessel for 6 days and painted that while we were out at sea.
Oh, cool. And so you were actually on the wings of these planes painting them while they were flying. That's crazy.
Not necessarily, no. I didn't have to do that, thank goodness. We tried that once. It didn't work. We decided not again, stay in the hangar. But you can see right there, that's an actual F-18 Super Hornet with my artwork on the side of the tail fin. I redesigned their logo for their 75th anniversary and got to paint on the jet, not while it was flying. And people locally love that jet so much they turned it into a dolphin. You can barely tell it's a dolphin anymore because I gave it tail fins and wings.
That is so cool. All right, and I'm going to go back. I'll go backwards. Why don't you point me to one that you'd like to show? Church murals?
Commercial murals. Go back one up.
Okay, I see it. There it is. Okay.
Like that's in a gym, and a lot of people apparently, because finally humanity's getting over this whole body shaming thing. A lot of people women who work out, people think, hey, you look like a boy when you work out, you get too muscular, and it's not about that at all. Anyway, that's what that mural is about. It's a long story. And
I'm in the right place, right? These are the commercial ones.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, these are just murals in various companies, museums, things like that. Got to paint that beautiful solar system.
Mm-hmm.
And the sign to the local zoo place. And again, a lot of military companies in town, so they want things like that to glorify what they do. Down to a hair salon, another museum, and a school, all kinds of things. This is awesome. Just an area for any murals that are not something you have in your home to relax with.
Cool. And let me go back again. We'll do one more. Let me see.
Right ahead.
the chalk wall drawings. I
Go
think
right ahead.
that
There is a actual public monument, the monument to free speech in Charlottesville, Virginia, and it's an enormous slate wall where anybody in town can come up and write whatever their opinions are on what's going on, and it's there for political purposes to give everyone a voice. But you know, they lay out chalks and kids draw on it, or people write "Sally loves Joe" or whatever. But for the free speech monument or the chalk walls, that is, oh, here's the fun
this,
stuff.
yeah, this is
The
what I
big
want to show
walls.
because these take a while for you. How
Yes.
long?
Uh, Usually somewhere around a month, maybe more, maybe less.
Hmm. Yeah, these are pretty epic. So you obviously are taking your life in your hands to get on scaffolds and stuff to get up there.
I try to avoid scaffolds because you can get a boom lift, and the lift, it keeps you in a cage. You're supported. You're not at risk of falling. You have a safety harness, all that stuff.
So you came over to Virginia for all the levers.
Every chance I get.
Well, I'm looking forward to meeting you. Tell me why art is so important to you.
It's just what I've done with my life. Aside from what I do, art is one of those things that lives on after you're gone. If you do your art for someone else, they've got that in their life. I paint murals, I leave. It's in their home, it's in their office. I'm gone. I'm not in their life anymore, but I'm able to help affect each day. If they sit down and I've given them a beautiful place to rest, to relax, to revive themselves, I get to make that person's world better long after I'm gone. They don't even remember my name and I don't care, but I can make that day better. And that's what I'm here for. Any chance I get. That's why I like doing large murals on outsides of buildings, in public places where people see them and the word gets spread. And every time they look at a mural, they don't necessarily think of me. They think of all the murals they've seen and all the artists they've worked with.
So you had a gentleman that you worked and made a comic book, if I recall, last name Fox.
Yes. Yeah, that was the first one I ever tried, and I signed up to be a speaker at his event, and I knew that if I talked about me, nobody would care about me. Nobody knows who I am, but
Right.
everyone knows who he is. He's the guy in charge of the entire event. The one thing we all have in common in the room, we all want to know about that guy. So I did my presentation about that guy, and
What's his
it
name?
worked. Everybody loved it, and the book was a huge hit.
I know his last name is Fox. I'm trying to remember his first name.
JT Fox.
JT
Fox with
Fox.
two X's.
Yes, Fox with two X's. That's right. Yeah, it was. I think you were the hit of the entire event. I mean, the
It was
applause
so
you
much
got.
fun. It was
Yeah,
so much fun. I made a lot of friends that way, and there were a lot of people thinking, wait a minute, it's not just about painting pretty pictures. You can actually do something with it. There's an effectiveness in business, in life.
So I'm going to share, which Sam is not sharing completely, is that book was like a Dr. Seuss. I mean, it was a rhyming book of the
Yes.
life of JT.
I turned JT Fox. He was a very big businessman. He's all about, making the numbers match up. And I turned him into a Dr. Seuss character. And all the people there were several people in the audience who were in the book, and they got to see that too.
Well, I remember you also sharing that you had some trepidation. You were a little concerned about going live with that because it could be taken the wrong way, and it was well
I
received.
knew it
by
was
everybody.
either going to be really, really good, which thank God it was, or really, really bad. They could have hated it. Oh, how dare you talk of it was a risk. It was a risk, and it was an expensive risk, but well worth it, and I would do it again.
Yeah,
I will sacrifice a lot for comedy.
Yeah, well, when you sent the video, I just was cracking up, and I
was
know
fun.
of him, so I know the risk you took. So
Yeah.
well, Sam,
It
what
was
else would you
fun,
like
and
to
it was worth it.
What else would you like to? What's next big? What's the big project? What's the biggest thing you've ever won?
Well, actually one of the pictures that you showed just now was one of the biggest project I've done to date. I am looking for larger walls all the time. Next week I drive out to Missouri and paint a mural there. They've got a festival coming up, so I'm going to be working there. And then I've got trips to make to Texas, to Florida, to all kinds of places because, art never stops. And for some reason, over the winter, people don't need art quite as urgently, but the spring hits, the weather warms up, and everybody wants it. You're traveling all over the place.
Well, I know Beth Robbins has designs of getting you to do 5 more books, so I'm looking
I
forward to that.
cannot wait to work with her again.
Yes, she's awesome. Well, thanks for being part of World Art Day. You certainly made it a better day to celebrate.
It was a pleasure to be here, and thank you for everything you're doing.
My pleasure, brother. So we'll talk later and have a beautiful day.
Thanks.
So I'm actually going to bring my co-host in right now, Dr. Celeste Payne. We were starting the day together, and I feel like the baton is getting close to shifting. So Celeste, and by the way, Sean, if you are ready to go, you can come on in as well.
Hey there.
Hi, Celeste. How was your day of art?
My day of art has been amazing. I spent part of my day creating art with children. So
And
I'm
I heard you were
excited
playing.
about
I heard you were playing the live, right, for the kids to see.
Yes. So they were able to see photography. They were able to see the intro, the photography, and they didn't get to see the sword swallower, but
It's been quite a day, though. I mean, is this impressive? And Sean, come on in. We want to see you. I want to introduce you, and then I'm going to have Celeste learn about you, and she'll thank you. So we're doing a baton switch, and since we both, I want to say I love you. You're awesome. You're so talented, and you're a new friend. And I want Celeste to meet you so she can actually thank you when you're finished with your presentation. But Sean Galloway is someone I just met this year. He came out to our office. We just have had some really good conversations. And he is a triple Emmy award winner. And I understand it could even be 4 and 5, but we'll just say you have many accolades for the creativity. So we're looking forward to your artwork. I just wanted to introduce you to Celeste, and we wanted to get together every couple hours just to do kind of a high five. Here we go. High five, Celeste.
High five.
wrong way.
All right.
We
So
gotta
I'm
go
gonna
this way.
leave. Yes, exactly. So Sean, we're gonna leave and let you have the stage right now. You're good. You got the screen share. You're going to share some great photography.
Yeah, I got some things I can share. Definitely.
Okay. The first thing we want you to do is tell who you are.
Yeah. So I'm Sean Galloway.
And
I am a
cinematographer
by trade. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but we're gonna both exit so you can have it all to yourself, because this is your
all right. Sounds good.
Your time. You got about 9 minutes to share, and if you feel like you're finishing up, we'll come in and thank you. All right.
All right, perfect. Thank you both. Hello, my name's Sean Galloway. I'm a cinematographer by trade, and what a cinematographer is the person that kind of makes sure everything looks good on the set. The director is in charge of the people. The cinematographer is in charge of everything else that doesn't typically have to deal with the actors, as far as the look, the lighting, the equipment, the people that run everything on the set is what the cinematographer is typically in charge of. It's a really big job. And I've been working as a cinematographer for about, since about 2012. Before that, I was a journalist. I worked for the Navy. I was a Navy journalist. That's where I started in 2000. And then after I got out in 2006, I worked for ABC. I worked for Time Warner. Done a lot of cool things for a lot of stations as a reporter, as a news anchor, and as a cameraman. And being a cameraman is what actually got me where I am now, in my love for this world, of working behind the scenes. I love being in front of the camera. I don't have an issue with it, but I there's something about setting the look, that sets the tone for what everybody is going to see, that makes me excited to do this work, this job. As Dr. Smiley said, my work has been heavily awarded. You can see right there's #1 right there, my first Emmy. I like to keep it right there. It's just a good thing to keep in the shot. I love to have it there. It's one of those things that it took me a while to really even understand that I want it. It kind of happened so fast, but I'll also say this: it wasn't a surprise. I came into this career to do things like that, to win awards, to win Emmys, and when I found out that I could win an Emmy, I was all for it. It was one of the things that I put on my checklist. And not only did I win 1, I won 3 so far. There's plenty more out there for me to go after. A lot of the work that I've done over the last 10 to 15 years has been for the government. That's who I was employed by. The Defense Media Activity on Fort Meade, and the General Services Administration down in Washington, D.C., is who I was employed for from 2012 to last year. Yeah, last year. I ended up transitioning from that role because of the things that were going on in the government at the time. We had Doge was rolling around, things of that nature. So my staff and I, we just, ended up figured it was time to go. It was time to transition. And me and that staff and a close friend of mine, we started a company called the Production Company. We wanted to keep it simple. And basically what we specialize in is photography, videography, cinematography, wedding photos, live streaming, things of that nature. Now we're still a young company, but we're not new to what we do. And sometimes that gets lost in translation. We're just new on the books, but we have the skill to do whatever we want to do and pull off whatever we need to do based on the customer's needs. Let me see if I can share my screen so you guys can see our website here. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now we're up. So this is our website. The-productioncompany.com is what you're going to look for when you go to it. And on this, it's just a basic website that has, how to get a hold of us. It has our work, that's pretty much what we do. Every photo that you see on this website, one of my three partners took it. If it's not me, one of us took these photos. See a lot of wedding photos on here. When we first started this company, that's what we were heavy in. We were doing a good amount of weddings, which pays well, but we want to branch out. We want to do other things. We want to be available to make a mark in all markets, So I'll go over here to my team. So this is the page with all of us on here. Is myself there. Tanya Smith was one of the people that worked on my team when we were at GSA. Don Mack, he's a close friend of mine, really close friend of mine, even a brother, I would say, that also joined us to do this job. And Luke Soul. Luke is an active partner, but he's active when we absolutely need him because he also has a job. Luke was one of the ones that was able to find work not long after we left GSA, and he is currently the senior graphic artist for the United States Naval Academy. So that keeps him busy, but he does come back around every now and then when we need him. And it's good because with that background that he has in those graphic artists is really important for us. So also on this website, we have some of our portfolio. This is right here focuses on our video portfolio, some of the things we've done. Right here, I'll play a little bit of this. This was something that we did last year. It was one of the first products we did when we left GSA. It's catching up there. There we go. So this was a television show that we got hired to produce about a guy that wanted to tell stories about restaurants that can do different kinds of nachos. So we went around, we did 6 episodes in the DMV area of shows that could of restaurants that wanted to take on this challenge. So this one right here, I believe this is called Pupusa Nachos. This is our host here, Tito Torres. He's a really good guy. And we met the chefs. This chef is actually in the Guinness Book World Record for creating the world's largest pupusa, which is basically these things here, bread with filling in it, be it cheese, be it pork, chicken, things of that nature. So the challenge here was to make nachos with the pupusas. So we were able to do that, and these shoots were fun. We did one with ramen nachos. We did all kinds of stuff. And it was kind of like, based on a show that we wanted to do. We kind of wanted to base it on kind of what you see on the Food Network. So, we're not out of bounds with creating things of that nature. See services. Again, we go into wedding photography. professional videography, cinematography equipment. We have everything. We're very lucky enough to own our own equipment, and that is something that I'm really proud of. You know, we don't really have to rent anything. We have everything in-house that we need to get any job done. Another thing I'll show you here that I really like, and these aren't this is a video that I shot for the government, where I actually got to go into Lyndon Baines Johnson's office in Austin, Texas. They had just finished redoing his office in there and doing all the furniture. And I got to go in there. They wanted me to capture all the footage of the rebranding of his office. And these are photos here that were in the office. But these are this gives you an idea of some of the ways that I think when I'm shooting. This is his old living room. I'm gonna stop this. In that couch right there, that green couch, it's actually a fold out. It's one of the first fold out. It's a fold out. But when we went to actually move the cushions and everything of that nature, we found his old blanket. We found LBJ's old blanket that had the presidential seal on it. And the historians didn't even know it was there, you know, and it was really a really cool find. So they ended up taking that and preserving it, and, you know, but it was just in there, you know, it was a really cool thing to find. But some of the stuff that we shot in here is pretty cool. I am a minimalist when it comes to shooting. I believe in bringing what you need to a shoot and not everything, because of this equipment, it gets expensive to travel with. You know, it's a lot of stuff to keep touch on. And typically, I am, back in the day, up until recently, I was the only one doing a lot of these shoots. I did this shoot by myself.
Hey, Sean,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I think you might have it locked on one of your homepage. I'm not sure if it's seen. We're seeing. Is this supposed to say our services?
Hold on. No, you're supposed to be seeing. Hold on. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Let's see.
I think you know what I'm thinking.
Can
I
you
think
stop
you
sharing?
just wanted. You can stop sharing. Yep.
Okay.
And then you can reshare. Then you can reopen the share to what you want.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling you did this just so that you get to see me and be back in the presentation. I know how you are. So
hold on. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
Here we go. Reshare.
Basically, redo the part that was not seen, because I know you were talking about a lot of cool stuff. All right.
Yeah.
So just bring it
No
back
problem.
to wherever you need to go. I'm gonna go ahead next and give you back your space. Thanks.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, that's not playing right. Oh, okay. Well, I'll just talk about it. So, yeah, so that was the video we did for I did for LBJ for the government, and it was a fun shoot. I had a great time with it. It was one of those things that it was a once in a lifetime thing. You know, and I'll send that video over to you, Dr. Smiley, so you can take a look at it. I don't know, you know, if these things get edited or anything like that, but it'll be something that you can have and you can see. And if you want, you can put a little bit in there. If not, you can send it over to me. I'll take care of it. I love editing videos. So, you know, one of those things. But it's been an interesting thing for me right now. What I have been doing is, because this is the first time that I haven't belonged to a government organization or production house. Same thing with my team members. And it's been fun. It's been interesting to strike out and kind of find our own way, you know, and we are doing that. We're meeting interesting and great people. And I'm excited to see what the future has in store, not just for me, but for the production company and for everybody involved with us. We are a fun group of people to work with. And I believe that everybody we touch, you know, they take something from it and they enjoy it. They love our products, and you know, we'll see where things go. I'm excited. Was there any questions or anything for me?
All right, Sean. Well, I'm excited about seeing that video. So what we might do is either do the video separately later, or we can do a post record. So don't worry, we're gonna do this presentation just the way you
Okay,
want.
cool.
Because we love you.
Yep, I appreciate that. I love you guys too. Thank you for having me on today.
Thank you. So we have our next person coming up, and that is actually Dr. Celeste is going to be doing her presentation right now. So Dr. Celeste, you are good to go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Celeste Payne, and I'm the founder of Arts Empowered Inc. I'm also its executive director, and I'm truly honored to be here on the Smile Channel for World Art Day. First, I want to give a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Smiley for the collaboration and for creating space for conversations that uplift people, build community, and celebrate creativity. And definitely for him believing in the power of art and the power of people. World Art Day is exciting for me because it reminds us that art isn't just something we look at in a museum. It's something we live. It's how we tell our stories, how we process life, how we connect across generations, and how we heal. Today is a celebration of imagination, culture, and the creativity God placed inside every one of us. A little bit about me. I've been connected to art for most of my life. I'm a degreed visual artist and graphic designer and a certified arts educator. And I've spent over 25 years working in creative spaces. I've taught art to children and teens, including at-risk youth, curated safe places for adults to imagine and create, and I've also worked professionally in design, creating visuals that communicate messages clearly and beautifully. For me, graphic design and visual art are like two sides of the same gift. Fine art allows me to express what's in my heart, the emotions, identity, faith, and struggle and hope. And graphic design allows me to take these ideas and turn them into powerful messages. Some of those messages inspire, inform, and move people to action. And somewhere along the way, I realized that art isn't just what I do, it's a part of who I am. It's been one of the most consistent tools I've had for making sense of the world and helping others do the same. I believe art is important because it reaches places that words alone cannot reach. Art always helps us slow down and reflect. It helps us name what we feel. It helps us see ourselves, see each other, and see each other with more compassion. Art is also a powerful tool because it creates connection. I love how a group of people can engage the same work of art and each person connects with it differently. That's not small. That's the wonder of being a human, and in many cases, that's healing. And for children especially, art builds confidence. It teaches problem solving. It teaches patience. It teaches that mistakes can be a part of the masterpiece. And that's really a life lesson that I love to teach my students. For adults, art can be restorative. It can lower stress, anxiety, and give you a safe way to release what you're carrying. Sometimes people don't need a perfect solution. They need a safe space to breathe, create, and remember who they are. That's a big part of why I started Arts Empowered Inc. Our mission is to empower women and children through the arts, supporting mental health and well-being through creative experiences. I've seen what happens when someone who feels stuck picks up a paintbrush and realizes, I still have something inside of me. And that moment really matters. It's pivotal. Now, I want to share a little bit about the art piece you're seeing here. This piece is centered around a powerful message written across the top. It says, think on these things. That phrase is inspired by a scripture many of us know, Philippians 4:8, which really encourages us to focus our minds on what is true, what is noble, right, pure, lovely, admirable, anything that is excellent, and anything that is praiseworthy. And the reason that message matters is because our thoughts shape our lives. And what we repeatedly think about becomes what we repeatedly feel. And what we repeatedly feel becomes what we repeatedly do. So this place and this piece is a visual reminder, almost like a mental health check that says pause, breathe, and choose what you focus on. You notice the words surrounding the figure: true, honest, lovely, good report, virtue, and praise. Those aren't just decorative words, they're like the anchors to this piece. They're reminders of what we can return to when life feels loud, heavy, or confusing. The figure in the center represents inner strength and calm. Her eyes are closed, which is intentional. It suggests reflection, prayer, and inward focus. Sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is to close out the noise and come back to ourselves and to God. The swirling patterns around her are intentional also. To me, they represent the movement of thoughts and how thoughts can spiral, how emotions can swirl, and how life can really be busy. But the swirls are not chaotic, they're rhythmic. That's because even when life is swirling, we can still find a steady center. The colors are bold, high contrast, and expressive. And that's really me. That's a part of my style, that I allow color to speak when I paint. The bright tones around the face and the patterned background suggest energy, culture, and identity. It's a celebration of beauty, but it's also a statement that your mind is worth protecting and your peace is worth prioritizing. And I love this piece combines lettering, design, and fine art because that's really my world. It's where my graphic design brain and my artist heart meet. The typography isn't just text, it's a part of the composition. The message becomes the environment around her, almost like the thoughts that surround us every day. So on World Art Day, my encouragement is simple. Make space for creativity in your life, whether you paint, color, or make something else, or you just enjoy art. Let it be a part of your wellness. Let it be a part of your joy. A print of this image is also available on my website, artsempower.org, or by visiting drcelestepayne.com. In closing, I want to thank you again, Dr. Smiley. Thank you to everyone watching. Happy World Art Day. May you stay inspired, stay encouraged, and keep your thinking on those things that bring life.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Celeste. We really enjoyed that message, and thank you for being a stand for the kids, appreciating art and knowing that their creativity is something that will change how they think and how they actually are received in the world, and also that brings the world together. They're going to see that phenomenon. So next we have Joan Cox, and she's a painter. Come on up, Joan. We are excited to have you here, and just found out that she is. We're reacquainted after many years. How long has it been, Joan?
Probably 7 or 8 years.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So are you still in the Baltimore area?
I am.
Okay, well, we got to get together for tea or lemonade.
Let's do it. Let's talk tea.
Okay, so you've been painting for how long?
Oh my gosh, 25 years, 30 years. I mean, really my whole life. I grew up with an artist mother. And so I knew early on when I could draw and paint that it was like, yeah, that's what I want to do.
Okay. Well, if you didn't hear earlier, we've already declared, because of how exciting this has been, and this has been, as you've seen, mainly U.S. artists, and I mean, at least from all of the U.S., but we want to get really World Art Day to reflect World Art Day. But just so you know, we have National Art Day on the 25th of October, October 25th. So I'm going to have you as one of the partners that really builds Baltimore, because, you know, Baltimore, it does not show up all the time as a creative force, and it is a very creative place. It is some of the most exciting people I've met are leaders, speakers, culinary geniuses, artists. We have a really huge talent pool. in
Yes,
Baltimore.
we do. Yes, we
Yeah,
do.
so-
And if you follow Be More Art, which is an online publication and a physical publication these days too, they highlight all the arts in Baltimore, visual arts, music, performances, poetry, everything. And they're doing a great job of promoting our city. So,
And we have Artscape.
yep, that's coming up. I'm waiting
Coming
right
up.
now to find out if I'm presenting not in kind of not like in the craft area or the tented area, but they have a second ever art fair, really set
Mhm.
up as a white wall art fair in at the Armory or some large place. So I'm waiting any day now to find out if I'll be presenting my work that weekend,
Well-
which this year is on Memorial Day.
Yeah, so please connect with me. Maybe you can give me the inroads on how to get a media pass. I'm with the National Press Club, so I'd love to go there and show off all the people that are doing great things in Baltimore. I love that city. That city is amazing.
Absolutely, Dr. Smiley. I will do it.
All right,
You
Jen,
know
well,
what, too? When I met you, you gave me a card that Dr. Smiley, right? And we took a photo.
Yep.
That's still my headshot somewhere. Maybe
Is it?
LinkedIn and maybe somewhere else. Yeah, it was a great pic.
Well, thank you. Well, I think we're overdue for a conversation. That's for sure. So we'll make a new Baltimore book of just artists that bring smiles to the world. How about that?
Fantastic.
All right, the floor is yours. Enjoy.
All right, thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Joan Cox, and I'm a figurative painter. As Dr. Smiley said, here in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm born and raised here. And my work focuses on identity and bringing our stories, lesbian and queer artists and lesbian and queer people, bringing our story to the larger stage of galleries and museums in the format of large-scale oil paintings. And I would like to share, some of my work here. This is, my website, but there's lots of places where you can see my work. I had some really exciting news just in this past week, and many of you watching may know and understand the struggle of being an artist and getting your work seen and getting it recognized and feeling like you're getting somewhere with your message and your work. And this awesome news came out last week that I am a Baker finalist with an exhibition opening this Friday night here in Baltimore. The Baker Artist Awards are a lucrative supporting grant of $10,000. So right now I'm a finalist, and I'll know next month if I am one of those winners. So pretty exciting. And just really over the last 3 months, I've gotten these different accolades, this international winner, International Art Prize, and things like that. The biggest thing I want to share with everyone is a solo exhibition that I had last year at Towson University, my alma mater here in the Baltimore area. And in addition to having the solo show, I got a really great review here on Be More Art. This is the publication I was just mentioning. And if you want to check it out, maybe we can share the link somewhere. Or you can just Google this up, Be More Art, and my name, Joan Cox. The exhibition was called Side by Side because all of my work pairs two women together, portraits of women couples. And these are all people who are my friends or people I meet in my community, and sometimes myself and my partner. So this painting, for example, is about 6 feet wide. And this one is really, I'm always adding little details in, right, to talk about the bigger narrative and the bigger portrait of the people in the painting. And so this one is an interracial couple. And I wanted to point that out, but also bring it together by painting almost every color of skin tone that I could make in that wood floor, because my figures themselves already have every color in them, no matter their skin color. I've got pink and purple and orange and blue and brown on all my figures' faces. And I feel like it really brings the figures to life. It lets you start to see the personalities and the life pulsing through the veins, of my figures. This is a self-portrait here with my wife and I. It's called Duo Totem, and it was inspired by, as many artists are inspired by, a Frida Kahlo painting. But where Frida portrayed herself twice with broken heart over her relationship with Diego, I'm portraying my wife and I with a closed system of a heart and lung, like we are one unit. And I took the similar poses, but then added all of these symbolic moments about our life. And we lived in New Orleans for a while, and this represents the New Orleans live oak trees and the type of tropical nature there, and the Mississippi River in the back. And even the shape of this blood line here is the shape of the Mississippi River, as it is called the Crescent City there in New Orleans. So I'm always bringing in all these extra elements. This is another 9-foot tall painting of my wife and I and our daughter and even all of our dogs. And you can't quite see the whole painting here. I can click over if we have time to another view. But the tree itself is in our neighborhood. And as I was working on it, simultaneously, I was doing some ancestry work. And all of these names and kind of facts were floating around in my head, you know, like midnight and 1 and 2 in the morning. And then I go in the studio and work on painting this tree. And one day, of course, the two ideas just melded together, like, let's make a real family tree. And I started to paint, like the bark, every name that was a direct ancestor in my family line and in my wife's line. And luckily for me, I guess I found like 700 years worth of names on Ancestry.com, and being of primarily British descent, there are lots of records kept. It was really exciting, though, to finally to capture those names and to put them somewhere you can visit them, you can see them, you can look at them, and I'm sure there's hundreds of families who share some of these names that are on my tree. So some other paintings here too. This is another couple, Jane and Autumn. I like to do several paintings of couples so that I can really capture some of their life details. I'm not sure what's happening with that website. It's kind of jumping. But this couple was pregnant and having their first baby, and I really wanted to capture that, you know, queer family and bringing life into the world in the way where this belly is painted like the entire universe with colors just swirling. And again, these are all maybe 6 feet, 7 feet wide, if not bigger. And these are some terrific words written here on Be More Art, that we are invited into their world, but it's clearly a private space that we can only enter temporarily. I do a lot of writing about my own work, but it's so great to read someone else's writing about the work and how it impacts them. This part of the gallery exhibition I had a little fun with, because I was able to actually bring in the real sofa and the real blankets that are portrayed in the painting on the right. And that painting is really the one that started my focus on double portraits, because I was painting large fruit and all kinds of other things and figures like individual portraits. But this particular painting was inspired by work that I saw in Berlin by an artist named Xenia Hausner. And she painted these beautiful figures, and she had a composition with 2 women on a couch. And I thought, oh, I'm going to, you know, I was in graduate school at the time. I'm going to repose a similar composition and make this painting for myself. And all these years later, this painting continues to get attention. And during this show, anyway, it was cool. It was fun. It was an interesting way to interact with viewers in the gallery, because you could sit on the couch and take a selfie and wrap the blankets around. The same painting was also chosen 2 years ago by the Gay Men's Chorus of Washington, D.C. for an event that happened at the Kennedy Center with live choral music, dancing, choreography. A song was written specifically to that painting. And that's all. You can watch the whole performance on my YouTube channel, on my website. I don't know how much time I have left, but there's a couple other ways that I work, which are watercolor monotypes. So I also make these much more intimate, kind of, you know, 20 by 30 inch watercolor portraits. And it's a really fun process where I make them on Mylar and then transfer them in the printmaking studio onto the paper. These are just some other shots of the exhibition. And this painting on the pink wall being my newest completed painting side by side, which is what the name of the exhibition was. And this couple in their 80s who live in Santa Fe, and even their little dog in there. I just loved playing with the pinks and the reds in that painting. And there I am with the dean of the university, who happens to be a good friend as well. So I'd love for everyone to, you know, follow me mostly on Instagram. That's where I do all the things that I do at joancox.artist. And check out my website. I also sell my work as prints on paper and canvas, things like that. If you are interested in collecting a piece of work, you can collect the original, or you can collect just a print, something that's, less expensive. These are some of the larger watercolor monotypes and some of my other type of work that just really investigates women together, both in public moments and private moments, domestic moments. So next up, exhibition this Friday night in Baltimore.
Well, that was beautiful. What an amazing array of work. And here I am so lucky that we get to reconnect on World Art Day.
I love it. Thank you. It's thanks to you. Yeah, you reached out on LinkedIn.
So
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing you at Artscape. And if I wasn't flying out to Nashville Friday, I would actually come to your exhibit. I would love to see you.
Don't worry. It runs for a month, and they are having an artist talk and closing reception on Sunday, May 17th. And there's always something else, in the queue.
Well, this stays between you and me. I don't want the world to hear this, okay? But just between you and me, if there's any artists that if there's any artists you want to add to this after from Baltimore, we'll go ahead and get more Baltimore artists.
Absolutely. Yes. I know lots and lots of them. Yes, absolutely.
Well, I'm happy to add another 5 to 10 from Baltimore if you want. All right.
Awesome. Yeah, right.
Thanks.
Great. I'll spread
Have
the
a
word.
great day.
Thank you.
And thank you for helping us celebrate World Art Day. You're awesome.
Happy World Art Day. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Next we have Terry Bean. So a new connection, a new friend. And she has a beautiful book, Abracadabra. And I think she's popping up here soon. And we're looking forward to working with her and having the world know the power of that word, but more importantly, the inspiration of the story. How are you doing today, Terry?
I'm doing fabulously, thank you. And you see how it is flipped?
You know what? I see it perfectly, though.
Oh, I don't know.
I can see it. It says World Art Day, and it says the Smile Channel. Is mine flipped?
Perfect.
Okay, so it's a Zoom effect of mirroring. That's all. So I'm going to turn the floor over to you, and you can share your talent and love for art and why it's so important. Of course, show off your illustrator and how brilliant they are as well. All right?
That'd be awesome. Thank you so much. And thanks for having me. I'm very, very excited to be here and to be streaming out to an audience who really loves art the way I do in every shape and form. And I've always been kind of this right brain person. I also loved working with my hands, bibliophile, reading books, writing books, the whole deal. And one thing I did quite a while ago that actually, Ken, you and I, Dr. Smiley, you and I were talking about were my bookmarks, which I'm not as heavily into right now because I'm so excited about Abracadabra. Yet the bookmarks are pretty special as well. So I do have a few. And the bookmarks, I can show you the ribbon actually goes through the pages of the book, and this comes directly over the cover. And then you have what I call an ender. So interestingly enough, when you think about it, I remember doing these books on Amelia Island, where I was living for a while. And people would always come up to me and say, yeah, but I read a Kindle. Well, actually, I do too. Yet how many of us really, truly love the feel and the smell of a book, a physical book? So bookmarks became a thing for me where I was saving one book at a time. And that's what I was communicating to everyone on Amelia. What happened that was really interesting is someone wrote me and said, Terry Bean, I want you to do a bookmark for my Bible. And I read both the Old and the New Testament in one book. And I said, okay, you need to kind of write it out and I can create it for you. And she did that actually on a napkin, which was very interesting. So I'm going to see if I can share this. I guess I may not be able to. I was prepared and now I'm not. So I'm not going to share, and that's okay. So I'll explain it to you since you just saw the other bookmark. She wrote on this piece of paper, what I want, Terry, is I want a cross. I want it to say faith, because many of these bookmarks express something. And I use beads to do so. And she said, I want it to be a cross, say faith. I want the ribbon to go through one side. Then I want the word peace. And the word peace is going to fuse at the top of the Bible, the two testaments, and the other piece is going to come through the other side. And that's going to say love with a heart. Well, I have to tell you guys that I got chills. The minute I saw it and she sent me a picture, and that unfortunately was what I wanted to show you, but I will show you a piece. And the most fun I had was where you see how there's your heart and there's the cross. So I'll always match it. They're really quite beautiful. Yes, they are a bit delicate, but they're truly stunning. And the other thing that I do with them is I customize them. So people, I got one comment from a gentleman who was buying it for his daughter, and his daughter was graduating. And he was going through some kind of a divorce situation. And I gave him a list of questions, and that's exactly what I do when I customize the pieces, of a bit about the person, right? What's their favorite color? What are their, likes and dislikes? What's a special word for them? What are their initials? All of these things. And we create this very, very special piece that's a gift, right? At the end, he said to me something really remarkable. He said, "Thank you, Terry, for giving me the opportunity to know my daughter better." All these things that I had asked him, he didn't know. He actually had to go to his ex-wife-to-be. Imagine that, right? And ask all these questions. And I created this beautiful beaded bookmark, which is what they are called. And you can find that on Facebook, by the way. Beautifully beaded bookmarks from Terry Bean. I guess we like bees in the world. So very exciting with the bookmarks. I think they're just magnificent gifts, and they're very light. So a lot of people enjoyed them when I sold them down at the market on Amelia Island. It's funny how I ended up getting into bookmarks because I also love writing. And as Ken has given me the floor a bit, and thank you for that, to share a bit about Abracadabra. So Abracadabra is my first debut children's book that's been written, and my illustrator, who's unfortunately not well right now, and he's in Bangladesh. What a journey we had, and I really feel like the energy is going to fly off the pages of this book, Abracadabra. So Abracadabra is a book about a little one who is running away from her parents because they're arguing. Not like any of us have ever experienced that, have we? And she runs down to the lake, her very favorite spot, and she picks up a branch that looks like a magic wand, and she's now staring at her image in the lake, and that image becomes her sage. Starts to tell her about the power within her to create a life that she absolutely loves. And my illustrator and I had such an incredible symmetry and collaboration, which I'm sure so many people on this call really get that. When you collaborate with someone and it meshes, it is a thing of beauty and love, truly beauty and love. And Jay and I created that. The book cover that you see here is actually the first cover that he did. Just imagine that. I think I was crying because this book came alive after 14 years of being dormant. So to have it in my hand is absolutely surreal, truly surreal. And again, the images, there she is, there's Danny running away. But the images are just so beautiful. And this is where her image and reflection starts to talk to her about how she's feeling, about making choices based on how she's feeling. And not sure if you're aware, but children are actually the least empowered demographic that we have. And my vision, as I shared with Dr. Smiley, is to have children starting to understand that they do have that power within them and to start trusting themselves and build that self-esteem. So they're not always looking on the outside, always looking at social media for approval or even their parents for approval, getting their approval from within themselves. And when that starts to happen and they use that wizard, we will have a more connected, happy generations that are growing up that are kinder to each other. And that's my huge vision, Celeste. So thank you for being on as well. I'm extremely excited about this message and to get it out to as many people. I'm going to be written up in the Queen's Courier. People can find me at terrybeanauthor.com, and that's Terry with a Y. And I have one of those fun names to remember. So you can find me on Amazon, look under Terry Bean, and of course, Ingram and such. But it's a great journey.
That's awesome. And I'm going to tell you something about that bean word. That is my family name, is Bean.
Really?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That's
So
amazing.
that's so funny that we're doing, and I loved everything you shared, including your book, the reflection and everything. And I think it was great what you shared, and those bookmarks were amazing. They were so beautiful. And so I'm definitely
Thank
going
you.
to be looking forward to checking those out. And we want to thank you
Yeah.
again for being on the Smile Channel today for World Art Day.
Anytime. And
Thank
thank you
you.
to all the artists out there. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I really, really appreciate it.
All righty. Well, thank you so much, Terry. And we have another artist. We're going to be hearing from Beverly Copen for this session. And so we're going to go ahead and lend her the stage, and we'll be back. So as we wait for Beverly to come up, we want to let you know that this has been an amazing day, a day to recognize arts from all across the globe. We've had some amazing artists so far. If you're just joining us, we want you to go back and watch. And I think Beverly is ready to come.
Hello,
There she
Dr.
is.
Smiley. It's a delight to be here with you. I'm delighted and honored, by the way, that I am honored with the the Female Entrepreneurship magazine. I'm on the front cover, which is an honor, and I'm hoping that a lot of women will want to see that, because the things that I have recorded there will absolutely help them in their path. So right now, I'd like to talk with you about the artwork, because that's our subject today. And I have 3 pieces I'd like to show you and the audience, because I am a photographer as well as an author and an entrepreneur. So let's start this way, and then you can ask me anything you want to. All right, so here we go. This is the first painting is a portrait. This is a portrait of a young woman who is in Morocco. And to me, portraits are essential. You can, portraits tell a story. And I think if you're looking at creating art, you want to tell a story as simply as possible. So that is one. And then I will show you my second one, which is, I'll show it to you. All right. This is an amazing piece of art that was taken in Sedona, Arizona, a few years ago, not several. And there's a magazine called the magazine is relating to Arizona highways, and they have a photo contest every year. Thousands of people send in photographs. Well, this particular photograph, the one you're looking at, was one that was actually taken in my front yard. And that's what's kind of makes it amazing, because in 2012, I got a notice that that photograph that I submitted won the grand prize out of all the thousands of pictures. So you never know. You don't have to travel the world in order to have a fabulous photograph. Sometimes it's right in your front yard. So the next thing is something that I think might be useful to you. I'm going to hold it up right here. It's a little booklet. And one of the things that I love to do is take a group of photographs that I really like and think others have liked as well, and I make it into a little booklet. It can be on many different platforms, Shutterfly and all kind of different platforms. But the beauty here is that it's a great gift. It's a great gift for if you're going to an event and you don't want to take flowers, you don't want to take a bottle of wine or whatever. Giving somebody something that you have created and done is a great gift. It's also wonderful when you're traveling because it takes up no space. You take 2 or 3 of these, and then instead of trying to think of what can I do for somebody who just invited me to do something special, you can give them this gift, and they will remember you always, and they will enjoy it, and they will never throw it away. So I encourage you absolutely to think about making these little gifts that you can share your photographs and not have to worry about where do I exhibit and things of that nature. It's just something that makes everything so simple. Now I have one more very simple. It's a fun thing, all right? It's a fun thing. All right. I'm going to show it to you first. It's just on a piece of paper. All right. This is a photograph in my apartment of a beautiful art piece on the wall that came from Vietnam. It's huge. But as I was walking around my apartment just a few days ago, I see the sunsets. I face west. I noticed that on that art piece was the sunset reflecting right behind me. I thought that was so beautiful. And so I took this snapshot, so to speak, of that picture. And I posted it on Facebook. And what do you think people said? You're an artist. I would never have thought about that. That's fabulous. And so sometimes the best artwork that you have is right in your own backyard. Okay, Dr. Smiley.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our dear friend, Beverly. And we want to just thank you all for being here on World Art Day. And I am Tanisha Carroll, Events Coordinator, Operations Director for Perfect Publishing and the Smile Channel. And I'm just here to let you know that the Smile Channel is hosting special events every single month of the year. And so if you are looking for an opportunity to share joy, love, leadership, then you should connect with us. You should send an email to events@perfectpublishing.com so that we can make you aware of all the special events that we're hosting on a regular basis. And the next thing that we have coming up is happening on May 1st. And this is really special because it is going to be my book release, Hearts in Harmony, a mother-daughter guide to an unbreakable bond. Not only is it a celebration of my book being released, but it is also a day especially for mothers. And so this day is where if you are a mother or you are a military spouse, not necessarily a woman, a military spouse, the one who is primarily on the home front, we want to invite you to come and share your story and come and talk about being on assignment on the home front while your partner is serving in other capacities. And so as moms, we are pulled in multiple directions. We are not only working, but we are also oftentimes the primary caregiver, the nurturer, the one who's making sure that the home is running like clockwork. And so I want to invite you to join me on May 1st from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. If you are a mom, especially if you are a mom of tween daughters, then I want to invite you to come and be a part of this special event. You can email me at events@perfectpublishing.com because we're excited to celebrate Mother's Day. We know Mother's Day is in May, but we would never host an event on Mother's Day because we are all mothers and we need a moment to just deep breath on Mother's Day. And so we created this event on May 1st, which is Military Spouses Day. And so we invite moms, military spouses, and those who are serving on the front line of the family, those who are giving all that they have to the family and helping it to run like clockwork, because that's what we do, right? And so I want to invite you to be a part. Join me at Hearts and Harmony, celebrating not only my book release, but also moms and military spouses. The wonderful thing about the book is that it's an activity book. It's a book for mothers and daughters specifically, but it can definitely be used for mothers and sons, fathers and sons. You know, the activities are activities, but it is geared towards mothers and daughters to create a bond that cannot change, cannot be broken. Because oftentimes in our world, people say, oh, women cannot get along. Have you ever heard people say that? That is so ridiculous to me because that means that mothers and daughters don't get along. No, women can get along if we choose to. If we choose to. And so these activities help to facilitate an opportunity for you as a daughter to get to know your mother better, and for mothers to get to know their daughters better and to really connect at a deeper and soulful level. So we are excited about May 1st. Make sure you email me at events@perfectpublishing.com so that I can give you all the details. Now I'm going to invite Celeste to come and introduce our next guest. Celeste, and make sure that you come and join me for our meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to be there. I teach a lot of children who are military children, and they have a parent who is deployed, and so it takes special care and love to love those babies. So I will be there.
I'm excited. All right, let's bring our next guest.
All right, so next we have Donna Fox. We're going to have a little conversation. Come on in, Donna. How are you?
Hi, Celeste. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Great. You have such a beautiful creative background there.
Thank you. So this year, after I was an internet marketer, I have been a CMO, marketing online for the last 20 years. And this year I decided it's the year that I'm going to stop marketing online and start leaning into my creative practice. So that's what we have here. You see me incorporating creativity into my daily world, and it's very exciting. So I only have a few minutes, and I just want to share some resources with you because I am at the stage of being an artist where I'm just starting my art career. I'm not somebody who grew up with a sketchbook in my hand. I just found artwork. So I want to share a couple of things with you. The first is this adorable little egg salad sandwich oil painting. This is the kind of work that I'm producing right now while I learn, and you can see some other things. There's a tiger and a portrait on the back. But that's not really what I'm here to talk to you about. It's my art, because you're all artists and we all look at art constantly. So you can find me on Instagram and follow my art if that's what you're interested in. But I have 3 resources that I really want to discuss today. And the first is a very local one. I am in Las Vegas. And as someone from Las Vegas, I participate in the art community here, and I am the organizer of our local Urban Sketchers group. So urban sketchers are people who go out and sketch from life. So this is an example of a restaurant that I sketched. And on that same day, I got very excited about all the signage. So I sketched some of the signage. So that is the first resource, is that if you are in the Las Vegas area or visiting the Las Vegas area and you want to hang out with some really cool people, well, you can do that with the Las Vegas Urban Sketchers. And I am going to drop into the YouTube chat a link to join the Las Vegas Urban Sketchers. So that's there now. And or if it's not, you'll see it in a moment. So that's the first thing that I want to share with you. The second thing that I want to share spreads a little bit larger. And that is the fact that I am moving from a career in internet marketing to a career in art. I don't know what I'm doing. I am figuring it out, and I've decided to figure it all out publicly. So if you are also somewhere along that path between working a day job and making money from your art full time, then you might want to follow my journey. I share it all in both Substack and on YouTube. So I'm going to drop in a second link, which is the link that lets you follow me on Substack to get deeper understanding about what it is to be an artist moving into this world of professional artwork. Every decision that I make, everything that I'm struggling with, I share it all with you here. So that is the next link that I'm going to drop into the YouTube channel. And then the third thing that I want to talk to you about is what I'm actually doing on YouTube, which is really, really exciting. I've been making YouTube videos for a long time. Video I'm very, very comfortable with, and I like connecting with people through video. And I talk about art creation. So I'm going to grab this here. It's a piece of art that's ready for framing and ready to go into a show. So there's a video about my process of creating this art. But what I have realized as I'm creating art is that I wanted to listen to better music to help foster the art creation. And I was listening to music, but then I found affirmation music on YouTube. And I thought, oh, this is great, but these are not my affirmations. They were all money motivated, and I'm not particularly money motivated. So they weren't ringing true to me. And then I thought, I can put my own affirmations into music. So that's the project that I am really, really excited about, because I started using those songs in my YouTube videos. So the next resource I'm going to drop in for you is my YouTube channel, where you can go and listen to videos, but also, watch videos, but listen to these affirmation songs that I've started adding into my videos. I am so excited about this project. Everyone loves the songs. I get more comments on the songs than I do on my artwork in the video. And I think it's because it's fulfilling a need that isn't there. Artists need positive music and messages flowing into their brain while they are creating. It helps them bring positivity out onto the canvas. So I have created the most amazing experience, if I do say so myself, but I'm very excited about it. And I'm releasing it on my YouTube channel on May 2nd for free. So what it is a 2.5-hour guided art journey where you hear songs that I have written. They're my affirmations, they're my lyrics, they're my poetry that I've used AI to help assign lyrics and vocals to them. And it goes on a journey from showing up in the studio, where the affirmations are about how it's okay to just show up. And maybe you'll make a masterpiece and maybe you won't make anything, but that's okay. And then it follows the arc of a painting as well as the arc of a painter. So in the middle, the song talks about the messy middle and how you just have to trust the process. And it's this wonderful bossa nova feel that is just fantastic. And it ends with the ending is really interesting. I just wrote the last song last night, and it took me a long time because when the piece ends, the artist is viewing her work in a museum. And I found that so difficult to connect with because I'm not even close to there. I dare to dream about being there someday. But I managed to pull it out, and it is this wonderful arc and experience. I have been using it while it's in progress the whole time while I'm painting and making art. And it just makes everything so wonderful and amazing and creates this art experience with might feel like drudgery a little bit at first. Oh, back in the studio, back to painting. Now I hear the music and I am programmed. I've programmed myself to paint and to paint positively and excitedly as I'm listening to my affirmations in my ear. So I want to share that with everybody. It will be out on Saturday, May 2nd. And that's all I have to say. That's all I want to add to the stream. So you can come back in and move on to the next one and catch a few minutes. Celeste, you still
All
around?
right. Oh, yes, I am. Thank you so much, Donna. That was beautiful, and it's amazing how you connected uh, the sound to the
Yes.
actual production of art. So that is amazing. We thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on May 2nd. And we'll definitely check out all those links you sent in the stream on YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Look, we're moving. We still have some more artists to share with you. We're going to bring up Paige Black. We're going to bring her up and we're going to allow her to share what amazing work she has. Hi, Paige. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
So where are you tuning in from?
New Orleans.
New Orleans. Funny story. I used to live in Baton Rouge.
Okay.
I used to live in Baton Rouge, and I know there's a rich art history and just art culture in New Orleans. So we're going to give you the stage and let you talk about your art, Paige.
Okay. Screen share. Okay. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Hey, I'm back with you.
Are you
You
able
trying
to
to
see
share your screen?
this?
And do
And
me a
I live
favor,
in Orleans
do
and
me
I
a
spend
favor,
a lot of
Paige.
time in the woods, as you can see.
Do me a favor, tilt your camera down a little bit so you have less headroom. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can just see you. Yep, there we go. That's
Okay.
much better.
But is it sharing the screen or no?
Yes, go ahead and share your screen.
I thought I already did it. Got it.
You got to click the share button.
I did that. Content only. And it's open system settings. It's not sharing.
Okay, so maybe your sharing is not enabled yet. Do you have any work that you could show us or just talk about your work? And then we can,
It's my website, so if you can share it, but it's my first name and last name, which is PANDWE Gibson GIBSON.com. My government name.
hold on a second. We'll see if our text can help us get that pulled up. In the meantime,
Okay, so I am multi-generation artist and scientist. My grandmother and great aunt worked on the Manhattan Project. I followed their footsteps as my vocation into material science. And my art reality work is around the it transcends a lot of spaces, but today I'm here to talk about the assemblage pieces, the newest pieces that I have been showing. I've had the opportunity to show them here in New Orleans on Magazine Street, and then at Art Basel this past December, and am looking forward to being part of the Biennale in Italy in 2027 next year. My work is a communication of space, time, and history through material, and a attempt to categorize what I believe my ancestors instilled in me as my purpose, as the work that I do, both as a scientist, but want to communicate through many different channels. And that is that it's our job as humans to be stewards of the planet. So my assemblage pieces have a ton of elements that are a part of them. The key element always being the rarest element in the galaxy. And the rarest element in the galaxy is wood, just to cut to the chase. So it includes different forms of wood pieces, but it also includes the elements that people think are rare in order to forward that kind of conversation. And lots of story. Again, I'm from Earth, but also New Orleans, and have lived in a bunch of places in the world. And so in an attempt to sort of form a framework of indigeneity, what we want to communicate to the next species as like, what is it for our human impact on this planet?
So that is amazing. We are so happy to have you. Look, what we're going to do is we got two things we're going to do. We're going to have you back so you can do a video so we can actually see your work. And then I want you to mark your calendar for October the 25th, which is National Art Day, where we will be doing something similar again, just based on the US. Now, before we go, who nominated you to participate?
Cyrus.
Cyrus, okay. And we're just so glad to have you, Paige, and we look forward to seeing your work and meeting up again on October the 25th.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you can view the work for people who are viewing at Page Black, PAG, like my name there, pageBlackArt.com. That's
Okay.
the easiest way to see the work. And it's still on display at the Sagamore in Miami, and at some galleries in New Orleans. So
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you, and our day was better because Paige was here.
thank you.
All right. So we're going to have another amazing artist. Simone Siegel is going to be joining us. We're so excited to have her. Simone, I see
Hi.
your beautiful face. Hi, how are you,
Thank
Simone?
you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. And so tell us where you're tuning in from, Simone.
I'm tuning in from Los Angeles.
Oh,
I am a high school art student and I am here to learn about art and share a little bit about like kind of where I'm coming from, but I don't know.
okay. So funny thing,
Mhm.
I teach art. I've taught high school students. High school students are my favorite. Middle school, elementary, but high school was the favorite. So who nominated you today?
My mom nominated me
Oh,
to
that's
her
great.
name. Yep, she wanted to see me work on my public speaking, so that's why I'm here.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Awesome. So guess what? We're going to give you a chance to do that right now. We're going to let you have the stage, and we'll be back when you finish.
Thank you. Yes, I'm excited. Okay, I'm Simone Siegel. I am an art student. I'm 18 years old. I attend various classes right now, and I'm looking to study art in college, hopefully. And I have a lot to learn, but I'd like to just talk about what I'm interested in as artist. So, I really like to take from my everyday experiences and kind of put that and channel it into my art. So I like I use it as like kind of a personal like therapy almost, or like just stuff like that. And so I like photography and I also like to draw. I don't do as much painting as I want to, but I'm trying to get more into it. Let me share my screen. Thank you. Let me share my screen. So here is like a little website that I made with like it's a little website I made, and it's like I have a bunch of my art on here, or like a few of what I like, my favorites. So I have my photography here. I got ooh. Okay. Sorry. I have my photography here. I like to do a lot of like cityscapes. I don't know why it's not all here. I'm sorry. It's not finished. But I like to do landscapes as well. I took a trip up to Northern California, and I'm really like, I think it's so beautiful and I like to draw it. And I also have like a few paintings inspired by this as well. I'm not sure if they're on the website. Let me see. But I have like a quick this is a timed painting that I did for one of my classes, and it's inspired by some of the landscapes that I see in California. So I like to do that. And I also have like some drawings here where I like represent, like I draw my sister a lot. I have a twin, and I like to draw her often because she's like in my life a lot, so I get to like kind of see that. I don't I'm like yeah, so this is a self-portrait that I made. I'm not supposed to. And then I have this is another drawing that I want to talk about of my sister here, and I think it captures her personality. And I really like to do portraits and figures. And I really like to like put people like where you can kind of see their personality through the image. And I think it captures her personality a lot because she's really like chill and she's nice and yeah. And so I think it represents that. And I like to just draw what I see. And I wish I had more art here because I really like to I wish I had more. But this is just one that I did for one of my art classes. And I don't remember what the assignment was, but I remember, yeah, it was like to draw somebody that you're close to and to have the image represent their personality. And I think I like it. Um, I don't know. Okay, this is some of my other photography. I went to New York and I thought it was so beautiful. And I took like a bunch of pictures of New York, and this is like, I really like this one. And then this one also is from New York as well. I need a Photoshop this. Um, I don't know, if there's anything else that I should. My sister's next to me. She's like, she's helping me. I'm like, I'm kind of nervous. I don't really. Okay.
Well, Simone,
Yeah, sorry.
I was going to say you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you. I'm like, this is something I've never done before, so I'm a little flustered.
Well, look, you got to get used to it because
I know, yeah.
Guess
what grade
Simone?
are you in?
I'm a
I
senior,
know.
a high school
I just
senior.
want to say, Simone,
Yeah.
we made this day for you.
Thank you. Yeah.
We want young voices. We want you to actually see that this is a very powerful medium to actually show up. And I'm so proud of you. You did great, by the way. You did great.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
And you can practice doing that because as you present to the schools and the scholarships and all of that, they're going to look at this and you're going down the right path. So we thank you for being brave and listening to your mom and coming on and sharing your beautiful artwork.
Thank you
And
so much.
Yes, you're welcome. And we're so excited that you were here. So I am going to bring, who's coming up next with us? We had Simone. Who do we have? Who do we have next? Dr. Smiley, you going to come back up here for a moment?
Hi, Celeste.
Hey, again, long time no see.
Well, I just want to say this is what the World Art Day is about. It's about really branching out of how many people can we attract. And we've had so many people say, I know other artists I want to have on the show. And so we have the October
Yeah.
event. But Simone, I'll tell you, of all
Yeah.
the speakers today, she's the one that made me feel like this is why we're doing this. This is the mission of the future.
Yes, amazing.
And
Amazing,
by the way,
amazing.
can you imagine at 18 having this opportunity?
I cannot.
I
You
can't
know,
either.
back when we were 18, I don't know how long ago 18 was for you, but 18,
1936. 1936.
look, we didn't have all of this technology to be able to do this. So
We had wood that we had to carve up to get the paper to actually make.
I'm not going to try to even outdo that.
We're not doing that. We're not doing it. So yeah, her life is going to change, but here's what's coolest. When we see later how big she gets, she's going to come back, she's going to grace us, she's going to say, this is what I created. I'm so happy about it.
Yes. Amazing.
Yeah. So who's our next speaker?
I was trying to see. I thought
Well,
that was
is it Ivana?
Well,
Is it Ivana?
Ivana, yes, that's who it is. Ivana.
Or no, I think we have the Dakota. Dakota's recording is happening. Is
Okay,
that possible?
all right.
All right. So we'll exit. I think we're in the capable hands of the team, and Dakota looks like he's the next one after Simone. So there you go. Dakota, we love you. You've done 40 books AI through Perfect Publishing and had 5 or 6 authors have their dreams come true because of your illustration ability.
Hello, everybody, and happy Art Day. Today is International Art Day, and I'd like to first discuss what art is and what it means to me. My name is Dakota Smiles. I'm one of the primary illustrators here at Perfect Publishing. My job at Perfect Publishing is turning an author's vision into a reality. And that is kind of what art is to me. It is the taking of something that is internalized, something that you feel on the inside, and turning those emotions and expression into a physical form. I'd like to say that art isn't limited by just pictures in a book. Art can be many different forms: singing, acting, set building, regular building, making plans for buildings. There are so many different things out there that actually go into art that we don't think about. Many people could consider themselves an artist and not even realize. Art has been around for as long as humans have been around. Some of the oldest sites that we have, like Göbekli Tepe, they told a story through pictures on a stone. And this message has lasted over 13,000 years. Let that sink in. Art is speaking through 13,000 years. And that leads me to my next point, which art is a good form of expression, but it's also a good way to leave a legacy. And here at Perfect Publishing, I pride myself on every book I make because it is me taking an author's vision and turning it into a reality. And then taking that reality and watching it grow into something substantial that could outlast even them. I know that when I make my books, I'm not only helping to build a legacy for myself, but I'm also helping to build legacy for my clients. Their books will last long before them or long after them. And each person's message, each person's story matters greatly. When I get to actually make somebody's book, make somebody's vision, I know that I'm helping build a legacy for them. And that you can't even put words to describe how good that can make you feel. The other reason that I am extremely passionate about making these books is because I believe children are the future. I have my own book series where I am implementing big life lessons learned in big self-help books, conceptualized into small, easy to understand children's stories. I'm doing this because I wish I had these lessons when I was a kid. And we don't have access to a lot of this information when we're kids of how to adult, how to be emotionally mature and things along those lines. And that's what really got me into illustrating in the first place, was I wanted to start building something for our future. Not for me, but for the future of humanity. And so I, just like in Göbekli Tepe, feel that every time I make a book, it's something that will outlast myself. And that is why I feel that art is one of the most important things in the world, because it is something that will outlast the person who brought it to life.
Okay, that was a very deep and emotional share of how important art is to somebody. I want you to experience what I was hoping he'd share, which is his talent and his ability to have people in awe of what can be created. We have some amazing artists today, and all of them have their gifts, but I do want to show what he did for my son. He has a book called Kenny's Adventures to the Zoo, and it's a book about Kenny seeing an animal behind a cage, and the animal's sad. This is me going to the zoo, and the animal's obviously not happy being caged. This man drops a box, and the man says, "I didn't drop it. I gave it to you. You found it, and here are the glasses." He puts the glasses on, and he sees all these animals come to a spiritual life. My son is extremely sensitive about animal cruelty. So this is some of the work that that Dakota has done. He's done roughly 40 books. So I'll show this book, which means so much to me because he did for my son. And the other book I'll show is a book that he did for himself. And it's called The Wise Old Owl. And I hope I can do this justice because it's a book about Napoleon Hill's message. And he takes it on to share in A Wise Owl. So this is Dakota Smiles, and this is his story, reenacting Think Grow Rich. So this beautiful piece here, something I encourage you to get. Reach out to Dakota. He's got over 40 books, and he's brilliant. So I hope, Dakota, you're having a good day. You deserve to be celebrated because you bring so much beauty to the world, and you've answered so many people's dreams of how a word can turn into something gorgeous. So thank you. I'm going to invite our next guest, and that is, is it Perino Roy? No, you do not look like Perino Roy. So how are you doing, Ivana?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Who nominated you today?
Mrs. Simeon Russ nominated me.
Awesome. Where are you calling from?
I am calling from Jacksonville, Florida.
And are you seem young. Are you younger than 21?
I'm 24.
24. Okay. Well, you look like you're 21 and a half. So it's pretty cool though that this day celebrates art for all ages and all of humanity. So I want to yield the floor to you. I look forward to hearing what you want to share.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I am Ivana Holloway. I have been creating art since I was 15 years old. Art helped me communicate when I was in such a dark place and didn't know how to express myself. So art became my form of communication, and now I don't just share my art, but I am opening up a space of the artistry where I allow others to share their heart in art, to share and connect not just with their own hearts, but also with the heart of God, and know that He is still there in the midst of darkness, knowing that light can come in the midst of darkness. I am a abstract artist. I mostly paint. I create resin art also, coasters and bookmarks. I've created those. I've just started creating glass paintings. Not glass paintings, glass plate paintings. And doing paintings on plate. So that's my current series right now, is the glass plate paintings, showing that the kingdom is at hand, that it's here, that it's right now. Art became my language of my form of communication. It got me through some of the toughest times of my life, and where I thought that I would no longer be able to communicate. Art helped me to see that pain is not the end of everything, that love is in the midst where even pain is felt. And so I am going to share my screen and show a few of my creations. So when in 2020, I launched my business, V Artistry. And V Artistry has been just like a beacon to people, helping them see and know that there is art out there that speaks to them still, and not just speaks to them, but speaks for them. So if you all can see my screen, I'm gonna go ahead and start sharing. These are two paintings. It's called Whisper. One is called Flowing Heart, and the other is called Fire Flow. So they express when just the love is moving through you, and it doesn't start off as a whisper, but it starts off as a flow. Sometimes we feel love moving as we're one of my biggest thing is swimming, and so seeing love move through emotion of water and emotion of fire, where people think, okay, this is passion, that's also love. And seeing peace through art, seeing that art is able to bring you into a home and bring you into create a community for you. And so I created these pics, Home of the Trickles and Uncovered Flow as well. I usually don't really attach many meanings to my paintings. I let people communicate through them. And so what they see and what they express, and they're able to connect with that painting, I love that. I love to have someone that I'm able to communicate with and I'm able to sit with, and then they're able to see that painting and it speaks to them. It speaks to what they're going through. And it doesn't just speak to them, but it brings a form of healing to them, and it's impactful to them. And so they want to bring it into their lives. They want to share it with others. They want to say, hey, this art is really expressing my emotions. It's really expressing my feelings. It's really inviting me into this space, and I want to keep this. I want to take this home with me. So I love that part about art, that it's not just something that you just create and it's just there and there's no purpose behind it. But there's purpose behind art, and there's meaning behind art. and art has become a form of communication for many people. And I love that. I love seeing art form through stories, through movies, through photographs, and through adventures. I see art as one huge adventure. So I love just finding new ways to create art and finding new ways to dove into art. One of the ways that I've dove into art recently is the glass plate paintings. It has introduced my series of The Kingdom is at Hand, showing that heaven is not far away, that it's here on earth, that it's even moving within you and through you, and that there is the light out there in the midst of a world full of darkness, that you're able to see light, you're able to connect with light, and you're able to have that light inside your home, and you're able to have that light just be with you and be around you, and you're no longer consumed by darkness. I love that part of art, that I'm able to share, hey, this is a beacon, and you can come and find not just yourself, but find others in that beacon and find healing in that beacon. So those are the forms of art that I create. I am also on Instagram and on Facebook. So you can see more of my art through Instagram and Facebook. My business name is V Artistry, and my Instagram name is vartistry.art. So you can find my art on Instagram. You can find my art on Facebook as V Artistry. And I just want you all to know that your story doesn't have to end in pain, that it can begin in creation.
That's beautiful. You know, I am looking forward to you bringing so many more friends of the art world to us so that we can actually show their beautiful work too. And
Yes,
you have
sir.
you have a great smile.
Thank you.
So our next guest, you want to hang on. He's a guy that I've known for probably 11 years. And I think he's going to inspire you the way you create when you keep at it. So Oz, please come to the stage. This is David Oz. So I met David 11 years or more ago, and it was at CEO Space, and a brilliant man named Bernie Dorman said, bringing people together that have a dream and how they're going to fund the dream and how they're going to create systems and actually succeed with their dream. David, I would say you were one of his favorites. I mean, you were there all the time, and you know the people that kept coming back, and you were one of the people that came. I came to the event 13 times. Did you know that? 13. I know it's not as many as you, but I mean, you.
Oh no, that's way more than me. I think I went 3 or 4 times. Part of why I moved west to be closer,
really?
and then Bernie moved it back to Florida. He called me and laughed at me. He goes, "Yeah, you were too close. We had to go back to the East Coast."
Well, David, the work you were doing, it didn't seem possible that a human could create it. So I want to say that between Celeste and you, I was very inspired to do this day. I was a medical illustrator. I loved the study of the human body. I love Da Vinci. I love Michelangelo. When I see your work, I see just so much happening here, but also so much happening here. So I'd love for you to share some of the stuff that you want to today. You have as much time as you'd like, and we'll come back and close out the day. You are our finale.
So the first thing I want to share is the photo that you took of me 11 years ago at CEO Space. Let me see if I can find it really quick. There it is. All right, hold on. Just going to show this really quick. So this is the best picture anyone's ever taken of me. This is me sitting at a CEO Space conference with an ex-girlfriend that I moved to Utah to be with. And I saw Kenny across the room with his long lens pointing it at me, and I just pointed at him, and he just captured the moment. And I just love that. I just love that moment. Kenny and I have been friends for a long time. And Dr. Smiley, I still have your smile cards somewhere in one of my drawers. Anyhow, so when I was 5 years old, my mother, who had gone to Music and Art High School and CCNY in New York as an artist, painted a mural on our living room wall and let me paint a leaf. And I was so excited that I literally painted it meticulously. Move ahead up until graduating junior high school, trying to figure out where I'm going to go to high school. I got accepted to Clinton High School, Science High School, and Music and Art High School. And my mother basically said to me, if you don't go to Music and Art, I'm going to literally disown you, because that was her alma mater. So I went there, but not as an artist, as a musician. All right. So I'm a classically trained musician. And by the time I was graduating music and art high school, I was playing bass at 16, 17 years old professionally in a punk rock band, backing up all the punk rock musicians. Band was called The Worms, played CBGB's, Max's Kansas City, David's Harp, all the big clubs in New York City with guys that were pretty much twice my age. Move forward to working on Wall Street, being a single father with a 2-year-old daughter and using her as my canvas. I took photos of my daughter Melanie constantly. And when it was time for me to leave that company, I joined a company doing a baby portrait photography. Did that for about 16 months and then opened up my own business called The Taste of Honey Studio. And for the next 17 years, took thousands and thousands and thousands of portraits of babies, children, family portraits, and loved every minute of it. Graduated into wedding photography, sports photography, boudoir photography. Sports photography was one of my favorites. I have so many photos being on the ring card of the WWF before they changed the name to WWE, of Hulk Hogan and Randy Macho Man Savage and being at Hulkamania and all of these crazy things, WrestleMania, sorry, back in the day. And then in the early 2000s, I discovered something called Adobe Photoshop, and that changed everything. I started taking my photos in, and let me share my screen a little bit. Go to one of my websites, okay, which I don't see on here. Okay, just give me a second, guys. And okay, I got to X out of this. That's why. Found Adobe Photoshop and just started taking my art, putting it into Photoshop, and literally creating things that I never thought I could create in my life. At a certain point, maybe 10, 12 years into it, I started training people from all over the country how to do what I did. But I always told them at the beginning of my seminars, webinars, whatever you want to call them, that I expect you to surpass me. I expect you to teach me before this course is done. And I want you to experiment. I taught them all the basics of what I was doing. And so this is one of those things that came from that. So one of my students was named Peter Spalletti. He's a big finance guy in Long Island, New York City. And this was my homage to him because he created something that somehow took these spirals that I create and literally carved out the edges in some weird manner. And I named this artwork after him. I called it the Spalletti Swirl. And it's sold quite a few. So that's my website, OzFineArtStudio.com. I have just a massive amount of work on this website. Down through the years, I've just developed a lot of things. I'm not going to go too deeply into it, but this is a piece that I call the first tree. And, you know, at the beginning of time, you know, there was a tree and it was the first tree. Okay. And the tree was all by itself and there was nothing else but this tree in existence. And at some point, the tree realized that I'm lonely, okay? And it started to sprout seeds, and it dropped the seeds. And when the seeds bloomed, they lit up and created the sky and the oceans and the earth and everything. And this was the first tree. And this is my representation of the first tree ever. From an original photo that I took and put it into Photoshop. So that is just a little bit of the type of art that I've done. I have many different representations of what I do. This one is also one of my favorites. This is called Ultraviolet. Ultraviolet is a mandala. Okay, I absolutely love mandalas. I love creating them. Mandalas just represent everything about the way we live our lives. They're colorful. They're expansive. They are life. This one is called Ultraviolet, and it's a spiderweb mandala. I came upon this program, created this program quite a few years ago, and it's one of the favorite programs that I've created in Photoshop, Paint Shop Pro, and several others. So that's Fire and Ice. There's just so much stuff on here, but one of the things that I've learned how to do that I really, really enjoy, and I hope the screen is changing with me, is create oil paintings from my digital photographs. All right. I've been a photographer again for, I don't know, 40, 45 years. This is one of my favorite spots in the Wasatch Mountains of Utah. This is called Winter in the Wasatch. And if you walked about 50 yards from here to the left, it is a meditation spot for me. It's where I go when I just want to be by myself. All right. And obviously, I also go there in the winter with the spikes under my boots so that I don't slip and fall on my butt. And this is called Winter in the Wasatch. I've done this many, many different ways. I have one of these that absolutely looks like it's on Mars, which I think is pretty cool. That's all well and good. All right. That's my art. But I had 20 shows booked for 2020. And I was preparing to have an insanely phenomenal, productive year. And 2020, well, you guys all know what happened in 2020. Okay. And it was a rough year. I mean, I survived it. I did sell art, but nothing compared to what I would have sold at those 20 shows. So I started something called NOMOSA, which is an acronym for No More Starving Artists. And artists started to flock to me, mostly right here in Utah. Okay, I'm here 10 years now from New York City. Don't make me come over there. Forget about it. And I just want to show you a little bit of what some of our artists are doing with NOMOSA. I have a business partner. She's down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. She built this entire website. She's quite brilliant. She refuses to take any money because she loves lost causes. And here we go. So this is the NOMOSA website. Please go there. Please join us if you're an artist. We're looking to help artists all over the world, transforming spaces and portfolios with curated artistry. She just built this very, very well. It's very, very nice. But I just want to show off some of our artists. April Miller is a brilliant, brilliant artist. She works with acrylics. She works with a lot of butterflies. Okay. She puts butterflies in her artwork. She makes the most outstanding clocks you have ever seen in your life. They're just, everything she does is one of a kind, and she's absolutely brilliant. I'm not going to go into all her artwork, but there's somebody you should follow. It would be April Miller. Next is Brad Jones, who's also my physical therapist. Brad does lighthouses. He does the most beautiful lighthouses, and almost everything he does is watercolor. But his details with watercolor are as good as any fine artist with pen and brush I've ever seen in my entire life. He's absolutely brilliant. I'm actually going to be sitting down with him next week. Malia Bliss is as joyful as she looks in this photo. I took this photo of her in the backyard of the gentleman that I'm going to show you next. Malia paints with her fingers. She's a finger painter, all right? And she creates backgrounds that should be in every Star Trek movie, every Star Wars movie. They're spacey, they're expansive, they're beautiful, they're dark, and they're light. And I absolutely adore her work.
David?
Please go to our website and look at everybody's work. Yeah,
David,
Kenny. Yeah.
This is about you. I want to refrain the scope of the work that you could show 1,000 people that are not here. I want to actually thank them for what they do in the world of art, but I want to invite them to actually show their own work. I want to show what you've done, and I want to show it because this is your giving heart. Your giving heart is that you want to show all these people, but I want to show what you do. So I'm going to show this because I was blown away at how much you've done since I've last seen you. And I know some of this is newer and some of it's older, but this is mind-blowing to me. And you are such a cool guy to actually show everyone else's work, but this is about you. And so I will turn it back to you and just say, wow, that's awesome.
Stop right there. Wait, go back one. Go back one. All right, wait. stop there. All right. The reason I want you to stop there is as much as I love cameras and Photoshop, and yes, I draw, and yes, I paint, and yes, I do it all. I'm multimedia. When AI came in about 4 years ago, I was at a Trustegrity meeting, and my IT guy showed me his phone and what he had created with, I think it was Stable Diffusion back 4 years ago. And I got hooked immediately. I'm like, I bought everything I could, got involved with Midjourney. But the reason I wanted you to stop here is with one of those AI programs, which actually does not exist anymore. Fortunately, I have hundreds and hundreds of pieces like this. My artists had asked me after I created some of these, can we ask you to create a wolf, a bear, a lion, and do it like this and print it out on artist canvas and give the same piece to all of us so that we can make it our own. And we started doing that. And I got to tell you, Ken, the results were absolutely outstanding, because some of our artists were taking it, and let's say on the wingtips, they would put emeralds, okay? Or they would put butterflies, okay? They would make the art completely their own, where the pieces did not look like any of the other pieces, all right? So we printed them out very basic on a sheet of artist canvas. They had to stretch it themselves, and every single one of those pieces is sold immediately. It's just quite amazing what you could do with all of the things that are available now that were not available certainly when I went to music and art high school. Okay. Oh, you're showing some of my really early stuff. These are like 3-4 years old. They're horrible. Don't show those.
All right, I won't show them, but I think they're great. So
that's very early.
This is a teaser of how much you can see of David Oz. And it's also a teaser of how many artists he knows that weren't able to make it today. And he's fighting for them because some of them are starving, some of them are doing very well, but he's that kind of guy that he just wants to show them off. So thank you for being such an advocate of art and also being here today. I mean, it's huge. And Dr. Celeste Payne, I think you guys have met for the first time today, but we're going to make this really, really big in October for National. So Dr. Celeste, would you join us for the closing ceremony, as it were? Get your, what instrument are you going to play, David, for the closing ceremony?
No instrument. My bass is inside. My guitar is packed away. Not happening.
All right. So Celeste, thank you very much for being brave enough to hear me say, World Art Day is in 3 weeks. Are you down with it? And you said, yes, let's do it. So, so David, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Celeste saying yes. If she had to say yes, and I said, I'll do it then, because if she's willing to do it, I'm gonna. That's less than 3 weeks. We created and we attracted all these amazing artists. And although we didn't get as many as we'd like, guess what? We got the right ones today. So that's what it is. So Celeste, anything? Let's go round robin. So I'm going to say my piece, and then you guys finish off. Okay. So my piece is, I was a medical illustration person for 5 years. Before that, I was saved by a person who taught me sculpture. I was the etching guy that did the metal etching, and that was a course that blew me away. That you could metal etch and roll ink on top of metal and have these gorgeous imprints that come out of it. But what you guys are doing in the school system, what you guys are doing to help starving artists not be starving artists, is the reason this day exists, because I know that marketing is the answer for why someone actually gets to impact the world. So I will turn it to David next, and then Celeste, since you are the person who started, you finish it. So David.
So for anybody that's watching this, a couple of things about artists. Every single person that's ever going to watch this video has friends that are artists. Never call their art cute. All right. Artists are the most important humans. When a regime comes in that wants to take over, they remove first the artists and the comedians, okay? Because they get the truth out to the world. So whether it's a sister, a brother, a cousin, a niece, a nephew, your best friend, some guy you barely know, if they're selling some of their art, pay them what they're asking for it. Don't ask for a discount, because they might have put 100 hours into that piece of art that they're offering to you for $50. Okay. Starving artists, no more. No Mosa.art. No more starving artists. We are changing the world of art one artist at a time.
God bless you. Celeste?
Yes, well, all I want to say is this was an amazing opportunity. One of my goals is to share art wherever I go. So this was an amazing opportunity to meet so many artists. And I did want to say to Dr. Smiley, thank you so much for just throwing that out there in a meeting and being crazy enough to say it to me. And then when I said okay, say okay again. So this was an amazing day. We're looking forward to doing this again and doing this in October. So thank you so much. It's been an amazing opportunity.
So my closing remarks are to my team. Without you, this event doesn't exist. So Tanisha Carroll, the events director, the person who actually says, we're doing another one. Okay, I'll make it organized and actually flow. And we are getting mastery at this. So Tanisha, my sister, the one who actually makes me shine, thank you so much. Faison, you are so phenomenal at making these technical masterpieces turn into the marketing pieces I need to actually show the world that this is bigger than just today. And Amy, thank you very much for always waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning for you when it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon for us. Make sure every moderation happens and that people are feeling cared for. So thank you very much for being part of World Art Day. The National Art Day is going to be next. Let an artist know, as David said, and Celeste, if you're a student of art or you're a mastery of art, if you don't have marketing, you may actually be underwhelmed in how much you impact the world. We want to impact the world with your art and your creativity. So this is Dr. Smiley. Thank you, David Oz and Dr. Celeste Payne, for all you do in art.
Thanks, Kenny.
Okay, I think we are closing out the day. We'll be splicing these into episodes, and we are doing an invitation to some of the people that had missed today. So David, if you have some people that we have roughly 8 people that are going to be doing these are international